everything you desire for the welfare of a person, this constitution paves a way for you to achieve your goal.
ये एक दफ़ा एक सम्मेलन हुआ था मुंबई में और वो इतिहास बन करके रह जाए, ऐसा नहीं।
जो आप सभी विधायकों की अपेक्षा थी, एक व्यूज़ शेयर करना, डाइवर्स व्यूज़ को सुनना और उन्हें जाकर अपने अपने स्टेट्स में इम्प्लीमेंट करना, मैं समझता हूँ ये राहुल कराट जी के इनिशिएटिव से निश्चित रूप से पूरी हुई है।
Every work, when we are working for the people, we must take help of the society.
समाज की प्रगति हो जाए तो हमारे खुद की भी प्रगति हो जाएगी। इसको ध्यान में रख कर अगर हम काम करें तो मैं समझता हूँ विधानसभा में होने वाला काम भी बहुत अच्छा होगा।
मुझे अच्छा लगा जब राहुल जी ने अलग अलग विधायकों ने जो अपने अपने विधानसभा क्षेत्र के अंदर जो नई प्रैक्टिस अपनाई, उनका परिदृश्य, उनकी प्रदर्शनी मैंने देखी।
पॉलिटिक्स नहीं, जीवन की समग्रता।
Overall economical strength of India has gone up.
Undoubtedly, India is now being recognized and respected worldwide.
These themes of your conference are vital strands of the work to enhance the effectiveness of all democratic legislatures.
मंच पर की गई चर्चाओं और नए विचारों से जनता की भलाई निश्चित रूप से सुनिश्चित होगी और हमारे राष्ट्र के डेमोक्रेटिक ढांचे को और मजबूत ऐसा कार्यक्रम करेगा।
फॉर द सेकेंड नेशनल लेजिस्लेटिव कॉन्फ्रेंस आप गोवा में आने के लिए तैयार हैं? भैया तैयार है क्या?
यह विशिष्ट आयोजन है। प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस तो हर साल होती है, पर विधायक आपस में मिलें, संवाद करें, शायद यह देश में पहला प्रयास है।
एक विधायक को कम से कम 3 महीने का प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त करना चाहिए। MIT स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट और विभिन्न राज्य विधानमंडल इस दिशा में पहल कर सकते हैं।
What does social democracy mean? It means a way of life which recognizes liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Whatever was said in India about thousands of years back
is now being revealed by the entire world.
I think that this is an excellent opportunity that Rahul Karad and his team have been able to organize this conference.
ये विधायक सम्मेलन के आयोजन के विषय में जानकर अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हुई है।
मंच के ऊपर सभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर्स बैठे हुए हैं, मैं उनका मन से आभारी हूं। मैं बहुत इमोशनल भी आज हो गया हूं कि ये जो कल्पना बहुत 3, 4, 5 साल पहले मैंने बहुत सारे लीडर्स से बात किया था इसके बारे में, ये आज एक मैनिफेस्टेशन, एक इमेजिनेशन इस तरीके से यहाँ पे साकार हुआ।
big round of applause. I request all the dignitaries to join the stage. Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir, Anil Kumar Hatkar, President Om Lambda Alpha International Pune Chapter, Mr. Tushar Shah, Emeritus Scientist, International Water Management Institute, Colombo, Mr. Prakash Patil, Vice President Om Lambda Alpha International Pune Chapter, C.S. Deshpande sir, Rajiv Mishra sir, who are the members of Om Lambda Alpha International Pune Chapter, and our own Dr. Anjali Sane, who is Dean School of Economics and Commerce. So with the permission of dais, can we start, sir? Yes. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, faculty members, and students. On behalf of MIT World Peace University and Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter Pune, I, Dr. Preeti Joshi, welcome you all wholeheartedly. We are gathered here for a national seminar on securing water for food, energy, and environment. So let's welcome once again all the dignitaries on the dais. Put your hands together for them. One-day seminar has been organized collaboratively by MIT World Peace University and Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter, Pune, India. This seminar will be conducted in 4 sessions, including this inauguration session. The major theme of this seminar is securing water for food, energy, and environment. Actually, securing food, water, energy, and environment is a critical challenge integral to the society, and that requires careful management and sustainable practices. The world is navigating through turbulent times, and it is the need of an hour to strive for an equitable and just growth for all in sustainable and inclusive and responsible manner. The water, food, energy nexus recognizes this interdependence and aims to promote integrated and sustainable management of these resources. You, the youth of today's world, who is the torchbearer and who must understand these challenges. And you all should come together to find out the solution, and that exactly is the intent of this seminar. So, we'll begin this seminar as per the MIT World Peace University tradition with the World Peace Prayer. I request all the dignitaries and the attendees, please rise up in your seat, join your hands, and close your eyes for the World Peace Prayer.
जय जय स्वसं आत्मरूपा देवातुचि गणेशु अर्थमति प्रकाशु गणे निवृत्तिदास अवधारी गोदी ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु ईश्वरः गुरु तस्मै श्री गुरवे इदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते शांति शांति शांति।
Thank you. Friends, as you know that this seminar has been organized jointly by Om Lambda Alpha International Pune Chapter, India and MIT World Peace University. Let's see what is Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter. The Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter Pune is affiliated to Lambda Alpha International, an honorary society for land economics. LAI represents two Greek words, logos and agriokos, which means learning of land, and that is the science of land utilization. Lambda Alpha International is an honorary society for the advancement of land economics established in 1930 in USA. Lambda Alpha carries out its major activities through its chapters located in many countries across the world. Om LAI Pune chapter was started in 2014 by Shri Anil Kumar Hatkar, an architect and urban planner, and ever since has been actively organizing conferences on land use and water resources. This seminar is in continuation to the series of such events. Now I request Dr. Anil Kumar Hatkar, President Om Lambda Alpha International Pune chapter, to present the welcome address.
Good morning. All the dignitaries on the dais, invited guests, NGOs, my student friends, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby extend a warm welcome and invite you to participate wholeheartedly in this today's event. At the outset, I must thank Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sahab, Vice Chancellor Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, and my colleagues from OMLA chapter for giving me this opportunity. We are holding this conference at a very prestigious MITWPU World Peace University. The subject being discussed here has a global recognition as the WF Nexus, securing water for food, energy, and environment, and its relevance emerging from learning. In our current times, the laws of life, coupled with technologies, are rotating around water, food, and energy. WF is a large subject with many nuances. It is a tool for sustainable progress and has unarguable future for economic development. Coincidentally, the 18th G20 summit is addressing this very issue, since it has many global challenges for environment and climate sustainability, but not limited only to these two. In this multipolar world, this is the call for democratizing the climate change. Through such deliberations, today we are here at the iconic auditorium named after Swami Vivekananda to deliberate and further our understanding on this topic. Welcome, sir. A little interruption here. Let me welcome my friend, Dr. Chande Sahib, who is the chief guest of this event. And let me proceed further. The credit for this opportunity goes to the prestigious institution MITWPU, which believes in imparting value-based education for transformation to the youth of today. Youth is he who carries young head on broad shoulders when he faces chaos in his way of life or at the time of suffering frustration. He either revolts or becomes adventurous with sound mind and body. This is the time he needs guidance to get welded to the purpose of his life. In this modern era of AI, that is artificial intelligence and ML, machine tool learning, and with the tools such as ChatGPT, you are in a position to lay your hands on a wide array of opportunities. However, you also need to explore your passion and select your stream of work and interests. Hopefully, you have some strong takeaways from today's sessions. As India celebrates 76 years of independence, I am charged with the resilient hope that technology leadership, innovation, and organizational strategies can accelerate the growth through case studies shared by our international fraternity to develop strategies. We have planned a number of sessions during the day which will throw light on macroeconomics on much larger scale, that is regional, national, continental, and global as well, in terms of fiscal policy, monetary policy, and supply side policies. As we go through the sessions, we need to ask ourselves how to make an inclusive conversation in our syllabus as part of free market economy that has large ambitions on LPG. LPG is liberalization, privatization, and globalization, which reforms are facets of WF nexus. How do we address this in an aesthetically appealing manner? I would quickly like to conclude and explain the reasons behind the name of the chapter OM LAI. OM is the single source in which A stands for gross universal or creation, U for subtle universe, and M for crucial universe of annihilation, which resonates with the world philosophy. India has ambitious economic growth aspirations, aiming to become the third largest economy by 2027, and has developed one by 2047 by preserving our culture, traditions, heritage. A deep understanding of the water, food, energy nexus will be a vital getting us there. With this, I hand over the stage to my marquee speakers to begin their sessions. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Anil sir, for setting up the contest for today's seminar very wonderfully. We have with us now the chief guest of today's program, Dr. Sanjay Chahande, IS officer, currently working as the chairman, Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority, Mumbai. I request, yes, you can have a big round of applause for him. Thank you. Now let's proceed for lighting of the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp, and let's consider it as the beginning of this seminar. I request all the dignitaries to join the lighting of the lamp. We have with us dignitaries Anil Kumar Hatkar, Dr. Sanjay Chahande, Tushar Saha sir, Prakash Patil sir, C.S. Deshpande sir, Rajiv Mishra sir, our own Vice Chancellor R.M. Chitni sir, and Dean Dr. Anjali Sane. Now I request all the dignitaries to come ahead, and we'll have the felicitation ceremony for all the dignitaries on the dais. So first of all, I request R.M. Chitni sir Hatkar sir, and all the members to felicitate the chief guest of today's function, Sanjay Chahande sir. As per the tradition of MIT World Peace University, will be felicitating the guests with the shawl and the fame of World Peace Dome, the world's biggest dome, and the memento that is by Om Lambda Alpha International. Good. Now I request dignitaries to be there. We have one more felicitation. So I request all the dignitaries, R.M. Chitnis sir, Anil sir, and all other dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Tushar Shah, who is Emeritus Scientist, International Water Management Institute, Colombo, Professor Emeritus Management, Anand, Gujarat. Mr. Tushar Shah. Request sir and other dignitaries to felicitate the President of Om Alpha Lambda International Pune Chapter, Anil Hatkar sir. Let's have a big round of applause in the of this felicitation. Putting your hands together creates an energy, positivity, so let's it be contagious. Thank you. Thank you all the dignitaries on the dais. So here we'll begin the seminar, and now I request the host of this seminar, MIT World Peace University, and Dr. Anjali Sane, who will be representing MIT World Peace University. I request her to address the gathering.
Good morning, all. On behalf of our founder president, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, Executive President Rahul Karad sir, Executive Director Dr. Aditi Karad ma'am, Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir, on my own behalf and on behalf of all the staff and students at MIT World Peace University, it is my proud privilege to welcome one and all today for the national conference, and which we have organized in association with Om Lambda Alpha International. Welcome, welcome one and all. Dear students, is an honorary society for the advancement of land economics, which was established in 1930 in USA. We welcome today for the National Conference on Conserving Water for Food, Energy and Environment, the chief guest for today's function, Dr. Sanjay Chahande sir. So welcome, welcome to MIT World Peace University. Dear students, it is our honor today that we have such an eminent personality amongst us. Dr. Sanjay Chahande is a retired IAS officer of the 1988 batch. He is a medical graduate and further holds an MSc from the prestigious London School of Economics. He also holds a second master's in public administration from Maxwell School, Syracuse University, USA. In his career spanning more than 34 years in the IAS, he held important portfolios like CEO ZP Nanded, Collector of Mumbai and Mumbai Suburban District, Director of General Information and Public Relations, Divisional Commissioner, Nashik Division. He was also the Director General at Yashoda, Pune, and also held charge as the Vice Chancellor of University of Pune in the year 2011-12. He has also worked as the Deputy Director General of Aadhaar while working in the Government of India. He was the Secretary of the Department of Women and Child Welfare, Secretary in the Chief Minister's Office, Principal Secretary of Higher and Technical Education, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Supply and General Administration Department, and the list goes on and on. It is indeed our proud privilege and honor to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sanjay Chahande. Please give a huge round of applause to our chief guest, Chande sir. We are also honored to welcome the dignitaries who are present on the dais. On behalf of the entire MITWPU fraternity, I welcome Shri Anil Hatkar sir, who is the chief and the soul behind organizing this entire conference. So welcome Anil Hatkar sir for the conference on behalf of MITWPU. We also welcome today Shri Tushar Shah sir, who is with us, and we also welcome Chandrahas Deshpande sir. We are also honored to have with us Prakash Patil sir, who is the Vice President of OM LAI chapter. We also have with us Dr. Rajiv Mishra, who is the Director at the Directorate of Arts, Government of Maharashtra, as well as the Director at the JJ School of Architecture, Mumbai. Thank you to one and all for joining us today, and we welcome you at MIT World Peace University. Dear students, we are also joined, before I forget, we are also joined today in the online mode. There is a YouTube link which will be circulated, and I request my technical team if they can show the YouTube link for the session. We are joined online by many eminent personalities, so I extend a warm welcome to all those who have joined us today in the online mode. I also consider it my privilege to welcome the press and media who are present here today, as well as all the students who are present in large numbers for this conference. Today's conference theme of India's G20 presidency, which aims to create an environment for a futuristic, prosperous, developed, and inclusive society. We are joined today by eminent speakers, senior policymakers, professionals, consultants, researchers from industry, government, private businesses, as well as academia, engaged in these sectors from across the country. They are going to share their knowledge on areas related to agriculture, groundwater, electricity, renewable energy, wastewater reuse, water accounting and auditing, and so on. We hope that the deliberations and interactions during the conference today on the enlisted topics will provide insights and guidelines for implementation of technology, application of knowledge, and best industry sectors. Once again, I welcome one and all and look forward to the deliberations and discussions throughout the day today. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Sane ma'am. Such a warm welcome. Thank you so much. Now, going ahead in this session, I request our Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, to address the gathering. Thank you.
Good morning and namaskar, honorable dignitaries on the dais, dear students. Indeed, pleasure to welcome once again Dr. Chande sir and all other dignitaries who have come here and given part of their life by sharing time with you. It's very important. I'm aware that Saturdays we don't have lecture and you are asked to come for extra lecture like this. But I will justify how this day is going to be game changer in your life. And setting tone for conference and see that students get something out of it when they go out of this room, directly commensurate with their career, is my duty also, responsibility also. So let me start with this, friends, that primary theme of this seminar is securing water. And that's a very crucial issue and most sensitive subject, which has a direct impact not only on day-to-day living conditions, but also on the actual survival of mankind in the decades to come. Actual survival of mankind. You are aware that 4th global war is going to be on water, and everyone will be finished on this earth. That is what is said, if you don't take any. 3rd one could be nuclear one, and 4th will be water, and everyone will kill everyone, unless we take certain. But I'm not going up to that. I'm starting with this, that just to take a holistic view of our planet Earth, 71% of the Earth's surface is covered with water, so that availability of water does not look like a big problem. But that water is saline water, which cannot be consumed by us. And you will be astonished to know that mere 3% of the entire water stored on the earth is a fresh water, which is potable, which is usable, which is consumable. And that's where the importance of securing water lies. For securing water in such challenging scenario, water management plays important role. Our major freshwater resources are rivers, wells, lakes, reservoirs, and dams and farming ponds. For this water management, wholehearted public support, public participation, and inner urge to save life is important. And it's no wonder that the water is called lifeline for every living being on this planet. And this is where such seminars like today play a very important role to motivate and encourage public participation. I'm sure next few hours, intense discussions and deliberations of the distinguished experts will give us a deeper insight on how we can protect environment, secure water for food, energy, and thereby ensure sustainable development, not only for us today, but for the many, many generations to come in the next centuries, thriving on this Mother Earth. Now, this has become a little formal, but let me tell you three things, my dear students, and then those who are talking in between, because they want to discuss that they are going to get Nobel Prize in 1 hour. I understand the importance of your talking because something big is happening in your life, but much, much bigger is happening if you concentrate on this particular stage, what is happening. And I have to convince that it's my duty and responsibility. Here I go, that environment compliance, I'm going to repeat it for students because you may not be knowing this, those who are from economics or commerce or law or liberal arts, environment clearance. I want pin drop silence right now. Environment clearance for any corporate where you will be working or your own business is important, which was not there yesteryears. When we finished our education, we joined a particular job, environment clearance was a remote requirement. But today it is very, very important requirement before you start the industry or you want to expand your production capacity. Are you aware of that law? Probably no. Google during the break. Now, if you want to take capital from the market, whether it's a private equity or a public listed company, environment clearance is a big deal. And it's a requirement, it's an obligation, and it's very difficult to get it. Because no one in the industry knows how to go ahead with that. There are around 5,000 corporates which are listed, out of which 200 are in top Nifty or 50, or maybe BSE top 200. No one knows what is environment clearance. Because they are not taught. When you go out of this campus, when we place you, you would be having edge. You would be having edge over others where you say, I know what is the importance of clearance. Even if you want a bank loan of 500 crores or you want to go for a market capital fresh equity issue of say 3,000 crores, ESG is important. And those industries who go by compliance in reality, in genuine way, they will survive on this planet, whether it is American, whether it is Indian or German Mercedes-Benz in Pune city, Chakan. Those who maneuver this sustainability and show wrong certificates, which we are expert as an Indian, they will be lagging behind in the race. So let's go into nitty-gritties and understand this I have to do. I will not do any forging on maneuvering. Point number 2, thereby UGC, the highest body in the country, University Grants Commission, make it compulsion on you to learn in first, second, third year sustainability. And that's why we have said yes to this particular conference in Vivekananda Hall, which was to happen in Hyatt Hotel. 800, 500 students may come and their life will change. आप में से जिसको कम मार्क है, आप में से जिसको ज़्यादा मार्क है, दोनों के लिए बहुत बहुत पावरफुल है. अगर आपको ज़्यादा मार्क्स है, you are intelligent, go ahead and find out importance of ESG in expansion of any corporate or your own business. और दो आप में से कम मार्क्स वाले हैं, you can tell in interview that I am expert in this. I have an age, sir. Environment clearance is very important. He will be shocked, someone who is interviewing you. UGC said, sir, it's compulsory. That's why MIT University said. Even Chahande sir was in University of Pune as acting Chancellor of Vice Chancellor of University, he also made it compulsory that time, environment and sustainability as a part of syllabus. It is compulsory now. It's going to be giving you edge over your degree of your friends, those who are doing this degree in some other universities or colleges. Point number 3 is powerful panel. Do you know 5 top IAS officers will be coming to Vivekananda Hall? When they are giving their time, what big business you are in sitting? You are in cozy hall, air-conditioned hall. Sit back, relax, listen. It's coming for you, not for us. Our career is made. Ask questions, write down notes, take their business cards. In addition to 5 top officers, Dr. Nitin Bassi, very young and dynamic, smart officer, is sitting here since morning. His lecture is at 4 o'clock. He has come from all the way from Delhi. Catch hold of him during tea time in the first row. If you want to go ahead, you require human support. No God comes and supports you in person. He comes through a human being. And that's why such conferences play a vital role, and you have to exchange your numbers and take their cards. So I talked about compliance required for expansion for any corporate. Find out with your law guys which is that law. I also spoke about UGC makes all the universities compulsion, mandatory. And third point is powerful team of 5 IAS officers, 5 top NGOs in the world, and 5 top academicians from, sir is from Wellinger Institute, Mumbai, where you can go for some of the projects also. So all these people have come in for you. If this was in Hyatt Hotel, Dr. Anil Hatkar sir, I would not have able to take 500 students sitting in front of you in Hyatt because you are charging us 35,000 rupees per student. And that is not affordable to you. We are not corporate. We are an NGO. And we are offering this conference to students free of cost. My job is to tell them how it will benefit them. Now you are very intelligent, smart, well-informed, well-cultured, and you know how to connect with top bosses, those who are on the campus, and see that you thrive ahead in your life. My job is done, and those who are, if you are not smart yet to take advantage of the particular chance which is coming to you, after a tea break, they can leave the classroom or leave the Vivekananda Hall. But you are very smart, you know, full day, only it's happening for you. So till 5 p.m., 6 p.m., you will be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Anil Hatkar sir, for giving this opportunity. I thank Lambda Alpha International. And this particular discussion which students are doing today is being live, and 20 top countries are looking at you. And those who will be toppers in the assignments which you will be writing after this will be taken to Barcelona, Madrid 2 months later, and 6 months later we'll be taking you to New York. All the cost will be borne by MIT. But you should come up to that particular. Alpha Lambda or Lambda Alpha International is in other country. Their India chapter is doing this. भारत का वो चेहरा दिखाना चाहते जो आज डिस्कस होगा इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जो नेक्स्ट मंथ और नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट मंथ हैपनिंग इन स्पेन इन बार्सिलोना और मद्रिद, and then it's happening in USA in New York City. So this is the importance of this particular conference. See that you take membership and see that lifelong you be affiliated to Lambda Alpha. All the best for these conferences, and I want to thank all the other team of Lambda Alpha other than Anil Hatkar. I think Purva Madam, Hatkar sir's son, and so many others of you are present here. And I don't know all the names, but this relationship with Lambda Alpha and our students, this is the first day, and for many, many generations to come in this hall, this relationship will continue. Thank you, Dr. Chahande, for making it convenient.
Thank you so much, Chitni sir. It's always a treat to listen to Chitni sir. Always it's thought-provoking and very, very wonderful speech. Thank you very much, sir. Going ahead in the session, we are going to have a keynote address by the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Sanjay Chahande, sir. But before I invite him to deliver the address, just a small introduction about him. If you see his CV, it's really very big. I'm going to try to keep it in iota. Introduction of Dr. Sanjay Chahande. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I request him to deliver the keynote address, and big round of applause for him again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. In fact, as soon as you enter the MITPU University, it gives very different vibes. So happy to come back here again. Like I remember having visited Dhaneshwar Hall quite a few times, and also been part of that annual conference, and also your governance school. So MIT has been expanding, and I'm happy to come back here again. Professor, no, I always feel it's all a professor. No, Mr. Hatkar, Dr. Hatkar, Vice Chancellor of the University, Mr. Chitnis, Mr. Tushar Shah, my friends Rajiv ji, Chandrahas ji, Tushar Shah, who has come all the ways, dignitaries who are there in the hall, and dear friends, of course. Actually, after, Vice Chancellor is the last word. So it's very difficult, and you are not supposed to speak after the Vice Chancellor. So, and he has thrown light on the importance of the topic, but I have to do my bounded duty, having been asked to inaugurate this function. So the theme of this function is securing water for food, environment, and energy. I think we need to secure water for our life. That is what ultimately it is important. We have been hearing of course, recently success of our Chandrayaan and Apollo and all. But I think single-minded, or rather the most important endeavor of all these, space expeditions have been to find out if, anywhere in the planet there exists water. So that's the importance. And I'm happy that the Indian chapter of Lambda Alpha International is organizing this workshop. This is quite a young organization. The organization established in 2014. So, of course, we are expecting many more workshops and activities, on important themes by them. So I'm happy to be associated with this organization. In fact, I met Mr. Hatkar 3-4 months back at Yeshada, and we had good discussion. And that's why I am around here today. So coming back to, water sector, we must put our country in the context. So many statistics Professor Chitnis has already given. But still, I say that, India has 17% of the world population. But so far as the share of water resource is concerned, it is restricted to only 4%. So for, again, repetition of our students over here, even though we have 17% of the world population, the portion of the water resource, what we have, the world, is only 4%. Now, we must keep a few critical issues in our mind when we are dealing with this sector. Number one, India is, we can say, it is a sort of water-stressed country. There are different parameters, but general consensus is that 1,700 cubic meters per person per year is the standard norm. And at present, we are 1,354. So, it's not that we are abundant in water, so we have to take care of this. Second important thing is that we are susceptible to the hydrological shock. And why this word hydrological shock is used, because we are in the midst of, we can say in midst of monsoon, though even it's almost the end of monsoon. So they say almost 50% of our rainfall, these are a bit interesting statistics, 50% of our rainfall we get in only 15 days around. And almost 90% of the rainfall we get in 4 months, that is monsoon season. I have never been a farmer, but I remember for last 35 years, every year in June, we hope and pray that monsoon should be good. Because all our year, how that year will go, that depends on the monsoon. If the monsoon is bad, Then there are crops problems, there are drinking water problem, the industries problem, there are multi-sectoral problem. If you are interested in stock, other day I was listening to an expert who said that we also have to consider the volatility of monsoon, to have impact on our market. So this is how, the significance of, the water, particularly monsoon, so far as India is concerned. So, the per capita availability today, as I have said, it is 1,354 cubic meters per person per year, but in next 25 years, that's going to, the projections are that that's going to be around 1,100. Now, around 1,000 supposed to be a water stressed. So we don't want ourselves to touch to that particular level, and that's why the significance of awareness across that this is a scarce natural resource. So roughly, the population, then the climate change, decreasing groundwater, and pollution. These are the few key challenges before us when we are dealing with this sector. Now, you already, spoke about, predictions of Fourth World War or so. So I was actually, we have been listening to this. But it's Ismail Serageldin. He was the vice president of the World Bank. And in 1995, he predicted that the wars of the next century will be about water. That is what Mr. Ismail Serageldin, the then vice president of the World Bank, said. We hope that so far it has not turned out to be true, and it will not. This is what our hope is. But there is another saying, in this context. And the saying is, there is no shortage of battles. There may not be the world war, but there is no shortage of battles over this essential resource. Bitter conflicts over water at subnational levels are common. This is what the importance is, and why I have got this quote, because this is what exactly the MWRRA is dealing with. So Maharashtra Water Resource Regulatory Authority in some way deals with the conflicts of different stakeholders for this scarce resource. In the state of Maharashtra, you may be knowing, the newspaper recently, there is some Kaveri dispute going on. A state, Karnataka state, has approached Supreme Court. So that is between two states. But when the issue of between the two farmers, so to say, or two districts or two regions, when that crops up, then all those contentious issues are dealt with our organization, that is MWRRA. Ultimately, we must remember that fresh water is a finite and vulnerable resource essential to sustain life and development. So you have given 15 themes. I was reading more than 15 themes for the today's workshop. And many of these themes, our organization deals, because I was supposed to basically give my presentation on, because my topic was restricted to MWRRA, but then I was asked to also speak on, in the introductory session. So the first part was for that introductory session, and the second is the MWRRA. So MWRRA, what you have written is like, the effective water governance, policy framework, public awareness education, efficient agriculture practices, recycling, reuse, and all these stuffs what you have mentioned in your, for the today's brochure. Many of the things we are dealing. So I think I really don't know how elaborate I should make the presentation, but still I will stick to whatever I have planned and my PPT. So students are used to PPT, but my dear colleagues, I really don't know when I started PPT. That was probably 96 or 97. I subscribed to Hotmail in 97. And I continue to be Hotmail. Now, whenever I send by Hotmail, they say, "Hey, you are still sticking to Hotmail." I say, yeah, I'm still a Hotmail from that. So, but why I'm telling you this, that still I continue to make my PPT, okay. So PPT is something which has become a part of our life. So I'll tell my students that whenever you must, these tools, these things are new. Now we have right up to the generative AI. This is what the migration we have seen. So someone other day was telling me, I said, I'm busy. I want to prepare some presentation from MIT. So, an Aadhaar colleague met me. Sir, okay, we will do it on Chat GPT. It will give a good speech. So, so it's a wonderful tool actually. I haven't made my PPT on Chat GPT because Chat GPT is yet to gather data on MWRR and probably the regulatory sector. Anyhow, so the topic though is the challenges before the regulator. I am going to restrict to a flat presentation on MWRA because I think the challenges will come if the regulator comes across the country. And I think there are senior officers of Government of India and senior decision makers. So MWRA is one, I think, the unique organization or one of the few, because there are water regulator, but I attended few meetings. So the new regulators are primarily in the groundwater sector, but the regulator as such, regulating the water resources at the river basin and sub basins, they are primarily, that's basically MWRA, and the other things what we are doing that is unique for the country. So can we go ahead? So who is, next. So this is Maharashtra Water Resource Regulatory Authority. So I must say, this is a product of governance reforms. This is something very important. 2003, 2004, one of the most important or the significant governance reforms. Where students are there, you always feel that the government is something static or, age-old. Yeah, but there are, always, there are incremental reforms. There's something not so easy to get complete change what you see, but the reforms in the government is a continuous process. The Electricity Act that unbundled the erstwhile SEBs, the State Electricity Board, that has phenomenally improved the efficiency of the electricity sector. So similar endeavor was made. Thank you. Similar, but where is the, okay, this is it. Similar endeavor was made to have reforms in the water sector also. So many people don't know what we do. So generally I tell them that you may be knowing electricity regulator, because everyone is affected when the electricity regulator, enhances the tariff. So the same thing what we are doing. So this is what MWRA, and that's why, I have mentioned this power sector parallel, which is still an important comparison, at the policy level forums wherever we are interacting. The key challenges as that of power sector before the water was the utilization of the created potential. So you must be knowing all dams and all, they are constructed in a big way. But how much water of that dam, that is the potential created, is being ultimately used? That is the key issue. There is a huge gap. So that is what, how to enhance that efficiency was another problem. So World Bank aided Government of Maharashtra in Maharashtra Water Sector Improvement Project, and I always feel that the importance of any of the external agencies' input is that it leads to a lot of policy initiatives and reforms. So MWRA is one of that. So we came out with two legislature. One is Maharashtra Management of Irrigation by Farmers. That is something most important. And second, I always feel that this MMIS effect is primary, and then we come, that is the Maharashtra Water Resources Regulator Act 2005. I think I'll rush. So the whole water sector in the state is governed by this act. Maharashtra Management of Irrigation, that's already said, MWRRA. Then we have age-old Maharashtra Irrigation Act 1976, and then Maharashtra Groundwater Act. So students must be aware that there are everything in our country is governed by one or the other act, whatever it is, whether it is water or air, you can say, or so these acts are important. So wherever you want to anyhow, let's not get into that, why the acts are okay. So another thing is this Groundwater Act I already said. Then we have state groundwater policy, state water policy and integrated water management plan. See, the MMIS Act, it entrusts that the irrigation should be managed by farmers. This is the fundamental of it, because today, even today, it is the department and the departmental engineers, they are managing the created potential. But the objective is that let the farmers manage their own water, and that will be the most efficient use. And that's why this act talks about the formations of the water user association. So ultimately, you must have heard of course, the Gram Panchayats, and you also must have heard of self-help groups and all that. So they manage like villages in their area. Similarly, this water user association, they are expected to manage water resources in their area. So they are supposed to, give water to all their members, manage it efficiently, reduce the leakages and all that. So we have all this authority, which is the chairman, members, we are appointed by the governor and all that. We have budget autonomy expert. So, our job is to ensure judicious, equitable, sustainable management of water resources. This is a primary thing. So whosoever are the stakeholders, that is our job, is to ensure that it's equitable and sustainable management. So another important thing is that we take integrated view of the basin. Then we have the rational tariff, but we don't determine tariff for a household or the end mile consumer. Like what water bills you get in your households, they are given by the local municipal corporations or council or the Gram Panchayat. What we decide, like suppose there is a Pune corporation. So how much Pune municipal corporation should pay to the government for drawing water from dam? That is what we decide, and ultimately, the water, how much the charges the consumer should pay, that is decided by the corporation. Then we also give clearances for the irrigation projects. This is arm's length district resolution for mechanism between the different service providers. And we also, there is also a provision for transferable water rights to the water entities. I think these are very technical issues, so I am basically, I really don't know how much to address for the experts over here and how much to address for the students. So this is quite technical. Yeah. But, ultimately what I'll say, every drop of water is to be accounted for. Okay, this is very important. And how that drop of water is apportioned between the different users. See, water is used primarily for three things. One, irrigation. Second, drinking. And third, industries. These are the three sectors for which water is used. Almost around 80% is used for irrigation. Okay, rest 20% is between drinking water and the industries. So, how much irrigation, how much water should be allotted? How much water should be allotted for drinking water and industries? This is what we determine. And we have evolved, very elaborate norms as to how much water almost a farmer should get, water user association should get, each industry, a type of industry should get how much water. That also is determined. And we also determined for industries how much money, how much tariff they have to pay. This is what we determine. And like household water, even if you are getting Pune Corporation, how much water they should draw from the dam, that also we determine based on some norms which are evolved by Government of India. So no, I am fine perfectly. We have evolved a norm. So based on that, we evolve whatever is the water you see in dam across the Maharashtra, state of Maharashtra. Each drop in one way is accounted for, and the right of farmers, right of industries, and right of all for the drinking water, it is apportioned in a very scientific and elaborate technical manner. That is what is evolved by us. These are the water user associations. This is I thought very significant from the experts' point of view. This is a very evolving area and still a very challenging area. That like whether it's any public participatory body, whether it is Gram Panchayat, whether it's self-help group, we know how much time it takes to mature. So we are just beginning in the water sector. So it will take many years to for all these water user association to take over the water management and use it more efficiently. That is what envisaged. But the beginning is made by the state of Maharashtra. I am really not sure the way in which the other states are managing. But I can say that for the experts over here, that this is a very important area. There are many good water user associations. I can give an example of one. Probably experts would be knowing that there is an water user association which is managing right from the project. And this Pench, which is a new project, Gosikhurd, I don't know, the students from Pune are aware, but it's one of the biggest dams, Gosikhurd in Vidarbha. So there are many water user associations which are formed. So as I already said, that bulk water tariff, this is what we decided. We have decided 2011, 18, and the last tariff order we issued in 2022. I can say that after intervention of MWRRA, there has been at least 4 to 5-fold an increase over the total, the total demand for the state, and the efficiency is also improved. This is something a new concept, the water trading, but the provision is there in the Act. It's quite a difficult area to treat. This would be those who are there, students of economics, as the Honorable Vice Chancellor was saying, they would be keen to know that this trading can be in sector like water too. I am just underlining, just to have this thought, somewhere behind your back, that water also is a tradable entity. You must have heard of carbon credit and all. So maybe, whether in the similar fashion, this whole regime can be evolved. That is what, we are exploring. It is still at a very nascent stage because there are very, contentious issues on this. And of course, all stakeholders, their point of view have to be properly taken into consideration. So, but to underline, water in some way, as at least, as recognized the entity, and we will see how this regime can best be evolved. So we also clear water is whatever the irrigation dams and all. We are the quasi-judicial authority. I don't know, there are law students here, but there is CRPC, and then the Civil Procedure Code and the Criminal Procedure Code. So we are almost the court, and we have powers of all the civil courts. So we summon witnesses, we have courtroom, the advocates, they appear before us, and then we have very contentious arguments from both the sides, and then we decide, the cases. So anyhow, then we are also the authority under the Maharashtra groundwater. This groundwater extraction has become a big problem in the state of Maharashtra. And groundwater extraction across the country is a problem. So the regulation of the groundwater also, of course, all of students must be aware of this bore well and, for drinking and agriculture purposes. So, that's also, it takes ages, in fact, if I use the word, to replenish the groundwater. but the conservation of that and whatever measures can be taken, that is critical. Even though, we are not, this seems to be not the reality, but it's a reality that, all focus on the groundwater. We feel that it is there, in the earth, and you dig and exploit whatever. Probably, there are many areas where you can dig, drill or bore well, that's not a problem. But there are many areas in the state where you can't dig or drill the well, and there then they find problem. So when you face it, then you realize the importance of conservation and preservation. So that's why wherever we don't want such situation to come across the state and the country, and that's why this is important. So we are also the regulator. So challenges before, not us, but the water sector as such, like the water use efficiency is a problem, resources constraint, as money is always a problem for reconstruction, rehabilitation of the systems. Then water user association maturity will always be a problem and challenge. Then water as a scarce is, resource, and finding its value. This is not what we have done, but ultimately at some point of time we'll have to think of that. And then in Maharashtra we have all these perennial crops, sugarcane and all that. So efficiency of water use in these crops, that is also a challenge. Trading, as I already said. Then most of you would be aware that this about the recycling of wastewater. You may be knowing about Singapore and all, that they recycle all wastewater and use the same water, and it is of the quality of the potable water. So we have to also go in that direction. So recycling of wastewater is also an important thing, and of course the groundwater exploitation. So even though this was a technical presentation, but I think that I must tell you what we do, because this is not that established across the country and not known everywhere, but this is a very important domain so far as the theme of our the conference is concerned. So thanks a lot for inviting me, and thanks a lot for listening, particularly the students who are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chahande sir. It was indeed a wonderful session and wonderful presentation. He talked about Maharashtra water sector improvement projects, state water policies, government reforms to enhance efficiency of water irrigation, and he talked about how to establish water tariff system, trading in water entitlements, groundwater management and development. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation, and it was really, really very wonderful. I hope each and everyone would have enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Inauguration session, without having any break, we are going to start our next session, where we are going to have 3 speakers which will be talking about different topics. First, it is global review of percept and practice on the water, food, energy nexus. Next topic will be overview of WEF, Water, Energy and Food Nexus approach for sustainable management of groundwater in India. Third topic is going to be future of bioenergy in India. Meanwhile, we arrange the stage, give us 2 minutes, and we are going to start this second session. Thank you. it means third session, we are going to have panel discussion. So all the speakers who have presented their topics from morning till afternoon, we are going to have question answer session in the evening session in the panel discussion. So students and all the attendees, if you have any question or any presentation, you can note it down, and at the time of panel discussion, we can go ahead with it. So I request now the session speakers to join the stage: Dr. Tushar Shah, Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, Dr. Ravindra Udgirkar, and the chairman of this session, Mr. Mishra, to come on the stage. We are going to have 3 presentations and the 1 chairman who will be discussing upon different topics. It's a kind request to all the students, if you have any question regarding the presentations, if you want to ask any question related to the theme of today's seminar, you please note it down. We are going to take all the questions in the last session, which is in the form of panel discussion, and it will be starting by 3:45. So keep your questions ready. And for that, you need to attend all the sessions very carefully. This is pre-lunch session. After this, we are going to have a lunch break. And after lunch break, from 1 to 2, we are going to start our next session. It means second session at 2 p.m. today in the same hall. So we have first presentation, which will be talking about global review of percept and practice on the water food energy nexus. Second topic, if anybody wants to note it down, you all can note this topic down so that whatever relevant questions you will be having, it is easy for you to note it. First session will be talking about global review and practice on the water food energy nexus. Second presentation is going to be overview of water, energy and food nexus, approach for sustainable management of groundwater in India. Third topic talks about future of bioenergy in India. I can see Tushar Shah sir here on the dais. I request all other presenters and dignitaries to join the dais. Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni and Dr. Ravindra Udgirkar. Meanwhile, all the students, you have a chance to discuss among yourself regarding report writing. That is a question of 10 marks. You can discuss with each other and note down the points. Hope you all have noted down the points. Yes? It will be converted into yes by the evening. I'm very sure about it. Students, as you know that we have university core papers. In that, one paper is related to sustainable development goals. And from that paper, this is an assignment for all the students. One assignment is about review writing of the 2 sessions which you have attended. First session is inauguration session, and second session that we are going to start in some time. So first question will be on the report writing. You need to write a summary report. And the second thing which will be based on this seminar, first half of the seminar, that is in the form of an assignment where questions will be given to you on mail, official email ID. 2 questions are going to be there, and you need to write an answer to those questions. And for that, it's really very important for all of you to listen all these sessions very carefully. All these discussions, threadbare discussions, I would say that will definitely help you to understand challenges which we all are facing and which we'll be facing in future. You are the face. You are the future of the globe. That's why it's very important for all of you to understand the challenges before us. And through the discussions, deliberations, and with the experiences of the expertise and the dignitaries here, definitely help you out to find out different solutions for the same. This is really a very wonderful opportunity for all of us to listen to such stalwarts from various fields. So, I can see session speakers are here. with the chairman, we can start this session, and the third speaker presenter will join us soon. So without any further ado, we are going to begin this session, which talks about water food energy nexus. We have with us Dr. Tushar Shah sir, who is Emeritus Scientist, International Water Management Institute, Colombo, Professor Emeritus, Institute of Rural Management, Anand, Gujarat. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause again. We have with us Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, who is founder trustee and executive director, Advanced Center for Water Resources Development and Management, Pune. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. We have with us the chairman of today's session, that is Mr. Rajiv Mishra. Again, put your hands together to welcome him. Before we begin the session, it's very important to felicitate our guest here on the dais. So I request all the dignitaries to come ahead, and I request Rajiv Mishra sir to felicitate Dr. Tushar Shah. Again, I'll say that yes, energy is contagious. That resonance will create positive energy. It should go on, I feel. Thank you. Dr. Tushar Shah. Now I request Raju Mishra ji to felicitate Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni. And I request Tushar Shah sir to join the felicitation. As per our tradition, we felicitate the guest with the shawl and the World Peace Dome frame. We have a memento also from LAI. So thank you very much all the dignitaries. Now I request yes, thank you, go ahead please. So I do request now Dr. Tushar Shah, Emeritus Scientist, International Water Management Institute, Colombo, to give his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. It is a great privilege for me to get this opportunity to speak to you on things on which I worked over the last 30 years. I have this presentation. If I had known that there are going to be so many students, I would have probably done it a little differently. But even so, I will try and make this next 15-20 minutes as interesting and intelligible to you as possible. Basically, the burden of my story is that often what happens in a particular sector has little to do with what we do in that sector itself. But what happens is often beyond the control of policymakers in that particular sector. And that's where the word nexus comes into picture. So basically the presentation that I'm making is going to be in 4 parts. Next, sorry, I can use this, yes. Yeah. So I'm going to first talk very briefly about the water, energy, food, environment nexus and its relationship with the global groundwater crisis. We already heard about the criticality of groundwater in India as well as in other parts of the world. And I think one important part of that is to understand what has driven this crisis in the groundwater sector over the past 25, 30 years. After talking about the international experience, I want to talk a bit about what has been happening in India, because India is a very big player in the global groundwater scene. Then I want to talk about the linkages between what happens in the energy sector and its impact on the groundwater sector. And in the last part, I want to talk about this new chip of the new phenomenon in the groundwater sector, which is the arrival of solar irrigation pumps. They bring a totally new energy dimension to the groundwater economy, and it is going to kind of redefine our energy water food nexus in ways that we are not able to understand and predict right now. So what exactly is this nexus about? Many people think that nexus means whatever energy you need to produce water, or whatever water we need to produce energy, you take them together. But I think nexus has a very specific meaning. It basically means that when there is a nexus, in Gujarati there is a word, there must be a similar word in Marathi also, it's called madagant. Madagant means there are sectors which are interlocked in ways in which you cannot solve one problems in one sector without taking action in the other sector. So often we think that if I am in the groundwater sector, I can do many things to resolve the groundwater problem. But I don't realize that the most important variables that I have to work on, they're not in my hands. There is someone else who is responsible for that. So I think we use the word nexus in that particular sense, that if it's like a key, many doors all at once. But if you don't find the right key, no matter how hard you struggle in the water sector, you will not be able to find the best solution in that sector. So in that sense that we need to talk about the water and energy food nexus. It also means, therefore, that if you find the right key, then you not only solve the problem in the water sector, but you also ease problems in the energy sector and in the environmental sector. So a lot of what I have to say to you is basically to deal with this. And about the criticality of harvesting the trade-offs and managing the synergies, intersectoral synergies that exist in these different sectors. I think it's important for us to understand, because in the last 40 years, India has emerged as the groundwater champion of the world. There is no country in the world which draws as much groundwater for irrigation and for domestic use as we do. In fact, the second and third rank in groundwater extraction is claimed by United States and China. But the annual groundwater use by India is more than the sum of the groundwater used by China and US together. So we have kind of exceeded these two countries in our groundwater use by a great distance. And before I talk about the problems that this has created, I want to talk about the benefits that it has created. One reason why we are so food secure today, we have massive surpluses of food. It's because we have a large groundwater irrigation sector which makes our country food secure. We have never heard of famines. Famines used to be regular visitors to India before independence. But for the last 40, 50 years, we have heard about droughts. But we have not heard about famines in which people actually die because of starvation. So I think groundwater has created many, many benefits. But after 1990, we have kind of gone over the board. And we have relentlessly been developing a groundwater resource, so much so that many negative manifestations of groundwater development have begun to occur. And some of them are listed here. One is that there is a huge subsidy dead weight on the electricity companies. We have 90 electricity companies, DISCOMs, of which 95, all but 4 DISCOMs are running in cash losses. And that is because of the huge subsidy burden from agricultural sector. Farmers in many of our states are getting free power, and that is paid for by the government. So that subsidy burden and its impact on the financial health of the DISCOMs is an important consequence. There is a secular decline in groundwater levels in many parts of India, in large parts of India actually, and that has created second-order effects. There is increasing energy footprint as the groundwater tables keep going down. You need progressively more and more energy to pump every 1,000 liters of water. So the total energy footprint of the groundwater economy has increased enormously over the past 40, 50 years. Also, as you pump groundwater from greater depth, it is greater contact, the water that we pump has greater contact with the soil, and a lot of geogenic contaminants like fluoride, arsenic, and now even uranium, they get into the water that we pump. Large part of our population drinks that groundwater straight without any kind of treatment. So all this fluoride, arsenic, they have massive health impacts, and these are visible in many parts of India. 6% of our GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, or our carbon emissions, are accounted for by the fossil energy that we use in pumping groundwater. We are now talking about net zero ambitions. We want to reduce the carbon share in our GDP to 30%. Now, all this is going to mean that we need to cut down our energy use of fossil energy in our groundwater economy. And this fossil energy footprint in the groundwater economy is right now very high, which needs to be controlled. Finally, most importantly, and this is happening not only in India but in many other countries, as cheap or free energy is available for farmers to pump, farmers have begun to neglect many of the traditional sources of irrigation. So, for example, our dependence on canals, when we became independent, India had inherited the world's largest canal irrigation infrastructure. And between India and Pakistan, we had millions of hectares under canal irrigation. But over the period of time, as free energy is available, farmers have turned to tube wells, and now our dependence on canals, irrigation tanks, jawhars, bhandaras, harpine systems, all of that has declined. Now, when you stop using these sources, then they tend to deteriorate. Nobody wants to maintain them, and therefore we are losing this great heritage that we have got in terms of canal irrigation. So there are a number of this deleterious impact of this groundwater revolution, which we need to manage. So when we talk about groundwater management, we are talking about managing all these fallouts of excessive development of groundwater. Now, 15, 20 years ago, an American economist had said that persistent groundwater overdraft is always self-terminating. There are students of economics here, they would understand this, that when you start irrigating with groundwater, groundwater is not like canals where water flows through gravity, and once it is released from a dam, then there is no cost to water. In case of groundwater, every cubic meter has to be pumped, and pumping that requires energy. When you have to pump it from greater depth, the energy cost increases. At one stage, the energy cost becomes so high that you no longer find irrigated agriculture profitable. So in the United States in the 1960s and 70s, in the western US, many farmers opted out of irrigation altogether because the cost of pumping water had gone up so high that rain-fed farming was more profitable. So based on that, he made the statement that nowhere would farmers keep pumping groundwater, incessantly. But does that work also for the developing world? I think that is where the real challenge, global challenge lies. So today there are three kinds of, if you look at the global groundwater economy, there are three kinds of sub-economies, or groundwater sub-economies. One that is driven by diesel, and it is completely unregulated. So there are many countries in which pumps are run. In our country, they are run mostly by diesel. There are countries where it's run by kerosene or butane. Now, the market for these fuels are such that you cannot single out farmers to subsidize this energy. So although these markets are unregulated, what this American professor said works in case of diesel-driven economy. The second is electricity-driven groundwater economy, which is regulated, where every pumper, every farmer is metered. He is charged for the energy consumption based on actual use. Nobody is allowed unauthorized use of energy. They may be allowed unauthorized use of groundwater, but without energy, you cannot pump groundwater. And there is a third economy, which is electricity-driven, unregulated, where you can have unauthorized tube wells, where there are farmers whose tube wells are not metered. There are farmers who are metered, but they need not pay. They don't pay the bill. So this is the third economy. And this map actually shows those parts of the world where the groundwater is used to irrigate more than 1% of the total geographic area or sale area of that country. And we can see that India is among the, in the forefront of groundwater use. But in this, if you look at the states or the countries or parts which are dark gray or black, those are the countries where the main energy source is either kerosene or diesel or petrol. Now here the past 20, 25 years, the price of diesel and petrol has gone up so much that farmers have been forced to economize on groundwater use. So if you go to Bihar, where the grid is not developed, then you find that farmers have to use water very, very carefully, not because they worry about water, but because they worry about diesel, which is 100 rupees a liter, and it's equivalent to 25 rupees per unit of electricity at the pump head. And this second are the blue areas, which are electricity driven, but where every electricity user is regulated, metered, and they have to pay for that. So United States, Australia, North China Plains, some parts of southern South America. Here the groundwater economy is actually regulated through metering and through energy prices. And then there is this large segment, which is the electricity driven but unregulated, where you can have free power, you can have stolen power, you can have unauthorized tube belts or pumps and so on. So Mexico, most of Western Indian states, this represent these countries. And all of Iran is also that. Now, in this last sub-economy, sustainable groundwater management is virtually impossible because nothing that you do within the water sector works because all the incentives are arraigned against that. If you have regulations, farmers don't care about the regulation because they get free power, they can keep pumping at will. So that is the real groundwater challenge. Now, what exactly has driven this? If you look at the history of this, the paper that I submitted for this meeting tries to review the experience of several countries where this groundwater crisis has developed. And there are actually commonalities in the drivers of this. And one major commonality is the geopolitics. If you look at why is the state of groundwater in Iran and Saudi Arabia and India what it is, it has to do with the geopolitical pressures 30, 40, 50 years ago. Iran, for example, Iran and Saudi Arabia, they were always pitted in this global war in food trade against energy trade. When OPEC got formed and when Saudi Arabia and Iran and the OPEC countries, they said that, okay, we will ration the supply of oil to the world. Countries like the US and the others, they say that, okay, then we will ration food for you. So this threat for food security became so important that those countries wanted to achieve food security regardless of the cost. Something similar happened in our case too. In 1960s, when we were on the verge of a drought, and we were dependent on daily arrival of PL480 shipments, which is Gandhi's government was one of the top priorities was food security, getting enough food to feed our people, so that you don't have to suffer the insults by the U.S. political leadership, and this meant that. And the government basically said that whatever it takes, let's ramp up our food production. And that is where energy subsidies came in, first with Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP, and then of course elsewhere in the world. So if you look at the original drivers of processes that led us to this groundwater morass, they had nothing to do with our groundwater sector. It had to do with the high priority for food security, the international diplomacy, and so on and so forth. In countries like Mexico, Morocco, and Tunisia, the drivers for groundwater depletion arose because of possibilities of very lucrative exports of food and vegetable crops in Europe, EEC countries, and in North America. So this created such powerful incentives for farmers to develop groundwater resource and grow these export-led crops. And once it started, it becomes a juggernaut that's very hard to stop. So these are the countries in which the nexus took a very perverse form. But there are other countries or other regions which tried to break out of this. One very important one is China. So China is also an equally large, intensive user of groundwater in agriculture, especially in the northern parts. North China Plains has just like in our case, just 5% of China's water resources, but it produces 35 to 40% of China's food. That is largely because it has come to depend on groundwater development. But China began to respond very early to groundwater overexploitation. And China being the state that it is, it is a communist monopoly right at the village level. and the Communist Party secretary is so powerful that he can actually enforce any rules that the government creates. So China was able to start, all these tube wells were metered. The Chinese farmers were subject to progressive tariff. As you pump more groundwater, you have to pay a higher price per unit of power that you use to pump groundwater. So there was this kind of economic incentives which were designed to minimize groundwater overdraft. There is even Bangladesh benefited from this because it never had the money. Its government was so poor that they had no money to subsidize power to farmers. West Bengal, in our country, it also has metered all its tube wells and charges farmers the same commercial rate. And Gujarat, which after Mr. Modi took over as the chief minister, among the first things that happened in Gujarat is that no new tube well was allowed, which was unmetered. So all tube wells now are metered, and the farmers have to pay even a subsidized rate, but they are metered. So their groundwater use is monitored. So I think if you look at what has actually worked, the first thing is metering of energy use in groundwater. When you look at people working in groundwater sector, metering of energy is not really, doesn't even come out as a major policy. But unless you meter energy use in groundwater, you cannot make any significant progress in groundwater governance. So I think transforming unregulated, electricity-powered unregulated into electricity-powered regulated groundwater economy is the crux of the matter when it comes to managing the groundwater. Now, in India, we also have the other problem, that there is a great imbalance between availability of groundwater and the availability of energy. There are parts of India where you have superabundant groundwater. All of Ganga Basin, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Assam, North Bengal, coastal Orissa. I mean, these are regions which are the world's best aquifer systems with alluvium going down to 1,000 meters or so and about 1,200 billion cubic meters of surface water sloshing around. So there is a lot of recharge too. But look at this. These are the states where you have least availability of energy. And energy is most available in Maharashtra, in Telangana, in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh. Hard rock aquifers which have limited storativity, but where you have very large density of tube wells. You have also very large density of connected resources. And you can see in the last map that wherever the area becomes blue in terms of energy availability, those are the areas in the last map that become overdeveloped or overexploited areas. This again shows the same thing, that the connector load for agriculture tends to be inversely related to the groundwater availability in different parts of India, and the same here. So I think one striking evidence of the impact of metering comes from Gujarat's experience. In 2000, Gujarat had about 500,000 unmetered tube wells. And those farmers have resisted metering all these years. All kinds of incentives, Sam, Dam, Dandabhed has been used. But those farmers just refuse to get the tube wells metered. But all the new tube wells, they have said that, okay, no, they have to be metered. So in 2016, the CAG did an analysis. And they got data on the energy used by metered and unmetered tube wells. And this table summarizes that. You can see that there are 700,000 metered tube wells, and there are about 485,000 unmetered tube wells. The average pump size of metered tube wells is about 10. The average pump size of unmetered tube wells is about 14. The average energy consumption per pump metered is 7,000 units. And the average energy consumption unmetered is 25,000. So the average unmetered tube well owner, both are subsidized. The metered tube well owner gets his power at 60 paisa. The unmetered guy has a flat tariff. But his consumption of the unmetered guy is 3.5 times. So today Gujarat has 1.8 million tube wells, of which 3/4 are metered and 1/4 are unmetered. The groundwater pumped by 1/4 unmetered is equivalent to the groundwater pumped by the 3/4 metered. So I think it is less. All this time we've been thinking that it's a subsidy that changes farmers' behavior. I think it's more metering. The fact of if you just meter tube wells and even give them subsidy, but collect that subsidized rate vigorously, do not allow theft of power, then you can produce behavioral change among farmers. I think that is one major lesson that comes out 25 years of my work. So if we want to crack the energy groundwater nexus in our country, I think we have to figure out some way of metering tube wells. But the only thing that has worked is that the farmers now in Maharashtra, there are 4 million farmers who have unmetered tube wells. And they put up such powerful resistance to any talk of metering of tube wells that political leaders just kind of renege from that. So metering tube wells in any state has not become possible in the last 25 years. In 2003, Electricity Act actually mandated all the states to meter all the tube wells, but that hasn't worked anywhere. The only state which could do it is West Bengal. And why? Because it is just 300,000. Well, when they metered it, it was just 150,000 electric tube wells. So this could not form a political cloud of the kind that you have either in Telangana or in Gujarat or in Maharashtra, where the farmers who have unmetered tube wells are just such a large mass that they can become a political heavyweight. Second, offer farmers subsidy, but meter them all the same. So the objection is not with subsidy. In Punjab, there is now a scheme, World Bank scheme called Pani Bachao, Paisa Kamao. They say, okay, farmers, just get your tube well metered, and there is a certain base level of consumption that they've decided. If you use less power than this, then we'll pay you 4 rupees for every unit of power that you've saved. So that scheme has run into trouble, but it has actually attracted a lot of attention. And the third possibility that I think can work is to integrate metering in the new strategy of solarizing tube well irrigation. In the last 10 years, one very important new thing that has happened is the arrival of solar pumps. And the number of solar pumps in India are rising at such a rapid rate that maybe by 2030, almost all of India's irrigation or pump irrigation will be solarized. It's getting solarized because the distribution companies or the electricity sector thinks that solar pumps are the best way of getting farmers off their back. You know, when a farmer applies for a grid power connection, instead of grid power connection, if you give him a solar pump at 95% subsidy, at least for the next 25 years, you won't have to pay him for free power, and so on and so forth. So they're very popular with DISCOMs, they're very popular with the government, and now they're very popular with farmers too. And if you look at the second chart here, again, the geographic distribution has nothing to do with the availability of groundwater. In the Ganga basin, where there's so much of groundwater, there is hardly any solar pumps. And all our 350, 400,000 solar pumps are concentrated in groundwater stressed states like in southern India and western India. So in 2015 in Gujarat, there was one very interesting experiment, very similar to this Punjab Pani Bachao Paisa Kamao scheme. In one village, we actually offered free solar pumps to all the farmers who had free, unmetered grid connections. So because we offered them these pumps at 95% subsidy, they all took it. And the local distribution company partnered with us. And they agreed that, okay, for every unit of power that you generate, but you don't use for irrigation, we will buy that power from you, and we will pay you 4 rupees and 63 paisa per unit at that time, which was the ruling price. So all those 11, 12 tube wells were connected into a microgrid, and that microgrid was hooked to the national grid, and that evacuation was metered. And every month they were paid for metered evacuation. And we found, very significant behavioral change results in the sense that only 1/3 of the power that they generated was used for irrigation, and the remaining 65% they evacuated to the grid. So there was a strong incentive for these farmers to save groundwater as well as energy, because they could make more money by selling power than they could use by using it in irrigation. So government of Gujarat then took up this idea, and they had a statewide pilot project called SKY, Surya Shakti Kisan Yojana, in which they offered the same deal to 4,500 tube wells. So they were connected all the grid connected tube wells were solarized, they were net metered, and farmers were told that all the power that you sell to the grid, the net power that you sell to the grid, the government will pay you 3.5 rupees per unit. That has been now going on for nearly four years. And you find that there is significant reduction in the consumption of electricity in irrigation by those farmers. Very importantly, all those 500,000 flat tariff, that is unmetered tube wells, who refuse to get metered, all the unmetered tube wells on those feeders got metered, because now there was an opportunity to make money by saving power and selling it. So this, I think, is one kind of option. So today there are three major ways to promote solar pumps in India. One is to give farmers off-grid pumps, which is the first category. All states are doing that under the government scheme called Kusum. Second is a new scheme in Maharashtra, which is, I think, very important. Maharashtra has taken the route of solarizing agricultural feeders. Farmers continue to get unmetered free power, but the feeders that supply them power, they are now solarized at the substation level. And the third is Gujarat pilot model. Now, I think that all these three have different implications in terms of the nexus. The first, off-grid solar power, they are efficient neither in water nor in energy. The Maharashtra model will be very efficient in energy terms, but it won't be efficient in water terms because it offers no incentive to farmers to save water. But the Gujarat pilot can be both energy efficient as well as water efficient. So I think this is a story that is not going to end anytime soon, but there is a need to kind of keep on experimenting with new ideas. Thank you very much. I think I've used up more than my time.
Thank you very much, Tushar sir. Now, going ahead in the session, I do request Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, Founder Trustee and Executive Director, Advanced Center for Water Resource Development and Management, Pune, to deliver his presentation. Over to you, sir.
A very good day to all of you, friends. I'll jump straight into what I want to say, and taking off from what Dr. Shah presented in terms of the nexus. So I think we have got a general sense of what the nexus is, and the nexus is this correlation between these three elements. Of course, Dr. Shah also referred to the environment, and I want to also bring in another E. So water, energy, environment, economics, and food. And I think that's something that we all going to talk about today. So, I've got a lot of pictures on in my presentation. So not so much of text. So as you can see here, there are three pictures. The first one is a rehet, a picture of a rehet on a well. The second one, of course, is the top of the rehet where the bullocks are actually pulling the rehet. And the third picture is a modern borehole with a submersible pump inside and the agriculture that depends on it. I mean, this is effectively how the rehet functions, or used to function. And there are not too many rehets in India left. There used to be moats in Maharashtra, for some of you who might remember. And that is where the nexus between energy, which was driven by human power or driven by animals, and mechanized energy that came into being, say, about 100, 200 years ago. That's where it all started. Before that, thousands of years was how this was used. Okay. This is a short introduction to the organization that I represent, Aquadam. We work on groundwater, we work on bringing aquifers and communities as close as possible to each other. And the map actually shows you what Dr. Shah was referring to, the different aquifer typologies that depend on the underground geology. And the black dots are where we have worked. So I'll quickly go through this. Now I want to begin by making my first argument, and which is agriculture as the first column of three photographs represent. The second column is groundwater. The third column is something which represents energy. So in the first column, you have agriculture in the upper reaches of the Western Ghats, very close to Pasgani in Maharashtra. The second picture, which is this picture, is from Telangana. It shows you borehole irrigation by one farmer, 9 different crops. And the third picture is canal irrigation in Jharkhand, which is one crop. The second row, or the second column, is a traditional dug well, a spring, and an artesian borehole in Bihar, again from different parts of India. The third column is a camel-driven chadas, pulling water from a well in Rajasthan, in the desert areas of Rajasthan, a hand pump in Bihar, and a borehole with a submersible pump in central India, in Madhya Pradesh. Let's go ahead. So all of these show a variable, give us a variable sense in energy, in groundwater, and in agriculture. All three are variable, even today. So I am increasingly in awe of this nexus, AWE, agriculture, water, and energy. And each of these is diverse in character and diverse in distribution. Now, as Dr. Shah was telling us, in India, at least 60% of water in agriculture today comes from underneath the ground, comes from groundwater. And I think this nexus that we are discussing today has groundwater as a central piece. And groundwater as a central piece fundamentally because it is invisible, it is largely acknowledged, and it is unrecognized, even in the policy space today. We recognize it as a problem, as a crisis, but how much do we really address it in our policies? And that, I think, is the moot question for us today. Okay. Dr. Shah was telling us something about groundwater, as a global piece. And I thought I'll just sort of quickly produce these two maps. So groundwater in India has two dimensions. One is, it is large, it is the largest in terms of volume. 26 to 27% of groundwater, the annual global groundwater extraction happens in India, 1/4, more than a fourth. India also has one of the highest intensities of groundwater extraction. So if you take all the extracted groundwater, which is about 270 billion cubic meters, and if you distribute it over India's geographical area, then it gives you an intensity of something like 50 to 100 millimeters per unit area. So both are high, highest intensities and highest volumes. I often joke about this and I say, India is the gold medal winner of groundwater extraction, and it has not ceded the gold medal to anyone else after 1985-86. I think these are also some of the wonderful results of the great work that my friend Tushar and his team have done over the last, 10-15 years. They actually brought India into the limelight of the groundwater global picture. And for us who were working on the ground, this was a revelation because it actually brought out the importance of our own work in the villages and townships of India. So anyway, let me go ahead. This is my own personal tryst with this nexus. So when I started as a PhD student about 40 years ago, I worked for 10 years in one village. And what I saw in that village was really this nexus which unfolded before my eyes. To cut a long story short, what does this graph tell you? This graph tells you the evolution of this nexus over a 10-year period. From wells, all wells that drew water through bullocks, through the moat, to centrifugal pumps through submersible pumps. So bullock-driven to diesel to electric submersibles. It also sort of drove I don't know what drove what, but jowar, maize, and fodder, which were less water requiring crops, to wheat, onion, and sugarcane, which were irrigated crops. And what happened in between was the well numbers grew 4 times. So during a 10-year period, there was a transition in terms of energy, there was a transition in terms of food, and there was a transition in terms of just the amount of groundwater extracted in those 10 years. So for me, this was what I call the nexus transition. I'm actually going to show you the famous Tushar Shah graph, which talks about mapping the number of wells through mapping the number of wells through the system of energy monitoring. So each dot here, each black dot here represents 5,000 electric pumps. So it obviously represents 5,000 wells. Each green dot, I believe, represents diesel pumps, right? 5,000 diesel pumps. So if you can actually monitor energy, you can actually monitor the number of sources. Incidentally, India has the largest number of sources, groundwater sources in the world. Tushar and I, we were debating about this, about how much that might be. My number is 50 million. And that's a huge number. No other country in the world has so many wells. Anyway, so I think it's also important for us to recognize that India is a heavily atomized, again I'm borrowing from Tushar's vocabulary, India is a heavily atomized country in terms of this nexus. We have extremely local conditions of energy, extremely local conditions of groundwater, and extremely local conditions of what we grow with the combination of energy and groundwater. So I'll move ahead. Now, if we actually look at the patterns of groundwater exploitation and the energy systems, this is a slightly outdated figure, the right-hand side one, but you'll get a sense of what I want to say. In a sense, there's an east-west divide. You have large pockets of groundwater extraction concentrated in the western part of the country, and you have heavy electrification of pumps, again in the western part of the country, although this is now changing. So you see that patterns of groundwater exploitation and energy systems show a strong correlation. So do patterns of food. Today, rice and wheat dominate what I call the cropscape. So there's a waterscape, there's an energy scape, and there's a cropscape. The cropscape today in India is dominated by wheat and rice. Again, you can see a very crude east-west divide where you can see that, the concentration of wheat is dominated in these parts, and the concentration of rice is dominated in these parts. Now, if you look at things today, and if you look at these maps, the divide is not necessarily so clear as the energy divide. But what is interesting, and this is the groundwater story, and let me use an example from my school. When I was in school, if we got a question in our geography class on what is the major crop in Punjab, and if some of us who were the lords of the last benches, if we answered that question as rice, we would be thrashed. We would be caned. So in the 1960s and 70s, the answer to the question that Punjab has rice was wrong. But if you talk about Punjab today, Punjab is as much a rice state as it is a wheat state. So, this is what I mean by the transitions in cropping systems. So incidentally, this is what it is. Now, if we look at this entire system of cropping and how have cropping systems in India changed, then at the time of independence, we were growing mostly millets, rain-fed millets, jawar, bajra, ragi, nachni as it is called here, samai, or varai as it is called in Maharashtra. This was the dominant crop. In 2016-17, cropping is dominated by rice and wheat and other, of course, cereals and other crops, but it is largely at the expense of rain-fed crops. Now, forget the numbers. If you look at the water requirement of this crop combination at the time of independence or just after that, and what it is around 2016-17, then what it means is we have added 400 billion cubic meters of crop water demand over a 66-year period. Similarly, our population has grown. So the water that we need in our households has also grown, by something like 45 billion cubic meters. So if you add both of these, our water demand or our water usage has gone up by nearly 450 billion cubic meters. Now, obviously there's also a trade-off between our domestic water and the water that we require for growing our crops. Forget the trade-off for a moment. I think the more important point here is this increase in water demand wouldn't have been possible if energy had not evolved as it has. So without energy, this increase in water demand, both in agriculture and in our domestic consumption, wouldn't have been possible. So there's an energy story hidden in the water-food nexus. Okay. So one of the consequences of this nexus is groundwater depletion, and Dr. Shah referred to it in his presentation. Now I have tried to simplify this from what is happening underneath the ground. So let's take the case of an area where the test tube represents an aquifer, or the system which actually stores and transmits groundwater. And with recharge, with the extraction that we do, this stock of groundwater depletes. So the stock depletes, but what it also means in terms of agriculture is that with each cycle of depletion, the economy goes down. The agrarian economy, the food economy, that goes down. The other dimension is, again, energy. So with the energy input now, so the energy input required to extract 1 unit of water under condition A is far, far lesser than the energy input required to extract 1 unit of water under condition F, G, or H. So the amount of energy that you need today to extract 1 unit of water, by and large, on an average, is going to be much, much greater than what it took, say, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And I think this is how we need to understand the nexus, also in terms of the different trade-offs. Okay. Now, I think the nexus for me represents a typical supply and demand side. And this is especially important for us, sir, Dr. Chande, when we look at regulation. And today we are talking of regulation on 2 fronts. One is, how do we regulate supply, make it more efficient, and how do we regulate demand so that we don't get into future more extreme scenarios of exploitation. And I think the point that Dr. Shah made, that energy for me is really regulating on the supply side. On the demand side, I believe there's agriculture, which is really what we need to regulate. So just in terms of how much area do we irrigate, what's the amount of water that we have to grow crops, and so on and so forth. I won't go into the details, but I think the crucial element which sits between the supply and demand side is groundwater. And I think we need a more cautious approach. We need a closer look at groundwater than what we have today. So I'm going to indulge a little bit on the groundwater side for the remaining part of my presentation. As you can see, this is how groundwater looks to all of us. A well with crops around it, a couple of pipes going down into the well, which represents the energy. Now the energy, so understanding this nexus when we deal with groundwater is, okay, how much of energy do we use? And what does the energy lead to in terms of the amount that comes out of the well and in terms of what happens to the water levels in the wells? So it's typically, from an engineering point of view, it's a head-discharge relationship. But pumping a well is unlike pumping a sump or a tank. When you pump a tank, the water level drops linearly. When you put water in the tank with the same pump, again it's a linear rise, where the pump fills up. Pumping a borehole is very different. When you look at the water levels in a borehole, the way it goes down, then you stop the pump here, and then the water level rises. It has a non-linear relationship. Pumping a dug well also has a non-linear relationship, but which is slightly different from what happens in a borehole. And I think this is where the embedded question of food, groundwater, and energy sits. And I think we need to understand this nexus a little better than the understanding that we have today. Okay. Now, I'm probably going to play this video. I don't know how it's going to play, but it's a very interesting video. It's a cartoon video about pumping 4 wells. Let's say there are 4 farmers, okay? The red, the green, the yellow, and the blue. And I'll explain how these farmers experience their wells after we play the video. So what we are going to do here is we have 4 wells in an area or in different areas. Let's say in an area. They tap the same resource. They tap the same aquifer. We put the same pump. Let's say we put a 5 HP pump in each of these wells. And let's see what happens in each of these wells. I hope this video plays.
What happens to water levels in these 4 types of wells when they are pumped?
Sorry, I think the video is not playing well. Can you just play the video? Yeah.
What happens to water levels in these 4 types of wells when they are pumped under similar pumping rates? Each well shows a different drawdown over the same period of pumping using the same pump. The water level is on the y-axis and the time is on x-axis, and different colors represent the well levels as they empty over time. This shows how these wells recover differently to pre-pumped levels. Similarly, this graph shows the time taken for the water to recover to their original levels in different wells.
So, the moral of the story is it's the same energy input. They are different wells, often tapping the same aquifer. So, so there are 4 farmers and they want to grow the same crop. They have the same land holding. They are going to be endowed with water in different ways. So unfortunately for the well which was colored blue, the farmer will probably have a well that is only seasonal and a well that will yield only a limited amount of water. The farmer with the green well, with the green colored well, will probably be a little better. He might get water yields from his wells for maybe 8 months, 9 months, and then his well will collapse, won't have water. The yellow well is a farmer who doesn't get a high yield, but whose well can sustain for 12 months of the year. And the blue is probably the most endowed farmer who can maybe instead of wheat even start cultivating sugarcane on his farm. So there is basically an inequity in a natural system. Nature is the most iniquitous element within this all. And I think when we look at this nexus, we need to also explore the issue of inequities, inequalities, unfairness, injustice. And we heard Dr. Chahande talk about MWRRA being a quasi-judicial body. And I think it's important for us to bring in the question of inequities, especially in terms of groundwater when we look at this nexus. Let me move ahead and let me very, very quickly take you through a set of slides which relate to a recent case study that our team at Aquadam completed in the last 4.5 years. So we did this in different locations in India. I'll talk a little bit about it. So this was really about monitoring energy, groundwater, and agriculture. I'll present a little bit on the energy and groundwater part, more of that. So We took a closer look at groundwater energy inside a well, inside a borehole, and what happens outside in terms of agriculture. So, we customized this whole measurement system in about 7 locations across India. Again, different aquifer systems, extremely diverse conditions, and we got some very interesting results. I'm going to cut to the chase and show you some of these results. So, in many parts, and I won't dwell too much on the agriculture, we found that even across all these 7 sites, irrigation or cropping systems was a mixed cropping system. There was a combination of maize, wheat, vegetables, chickpea, fodder, other crops, smaller crops, and so on. And this varied from place to place. The number of groundwater sources in each of these sites also varied significantly. So in Dabhda, in Dahod district, there were about 350 wells, whereas in Damoha, there was less than 50 wells. So those kinds of variations. Again, we got data in some sites, we got better data than other sites. And what we found, and if you sort of recollect the video, what the video is telling us is the transmission capacity, the rate at which an aquifer can transmit water is called transmissivity. The amount of water an aquifer can store depends on its porosity and permeability, which is indicated by the storativity factor. So the aquifer properties also varied significantly across these sites. So almost over 2 to 3 orders of magnitude. So, using these, we did some simulations. All right. And, one of the simulations we did was, if you take 6-hour pumping cycles, which was typical of most areas, and if we take different pumping rates, so if we pump at 10 liters per minute, if we pump at 100, if we pump at 200, and if we pump at, say, 500 or 600 liters per minute, what are the drawdowns or drop in water levels that you get, and how does the recovery actually happen at different sites with the same rate of pumping? This is 600, this is 200, 300 or 200, and this is 100. So this was typically what we saw in the sites. Now if you pump only at 10 liters per minute, you hardly get any drawdowns. So this is a kind of simulation that we used in these systems. Okay, let me move ahead. The other thing we did was, this is typically how a data set looks like. And the pumping cycles, we also get energy data from this. And what this reveals, and this is an interesting thing, Tushar, so I was talking about this with Tushar yesterday. So I think the co-measurement of all these 3 elements allows us not to understand what is happening inside, but also gives us an insight to the water balance, to the aquifer properties. We can estimate aquifer properties. We don't have to undertake any other effort to do this. So I think there's a gain in doing this. It leads to better estimates and better management, therefore. I'll quickly skim through the next few slides. So this is how the hydrology or hydrogeology of each of these sites looks. This is a comparison of grid and solar systems on a confined aquifer in Dahod. And the grid actually shows you up and down jumps. The solar is a much smoother curve. So solar provides a predictable diurnal supply of energy and allows the farmer to actually pump the well, which is in conjunction with how the aquifer behaves. So this was one lesson. In another site, we were looking at shallow aquifers. And in this site, we looked at grid and solar, same aquifer system. Now, because it's a shallow, unconfined aquifer, we found that even the grid shows a much better response. And the solar, of course, shows a far more smoother curve, which is a more efficient way of pumping the system. I'll now come to the last part in terms of conclusion. I have 2 minutes. when we actually presented this data to communities, and the communities came up with a participatory form of groundwater management, of co-management of energy, groundwater, and agriculture. And these are certain protocols that the community laid down. I'm showing it to you only for 2 different locations. So I think it's important to also take this data to community levels for better, for changing the behavior in terms of how communities can manage these systems together. Now, my last slide is really about, 2 slides. One is how well is the nexus functioning? And this is a research question for the future. So if we have to actually derive a parameter for a common nexus index, then I think the efficiency of the system is a function of crop productivity, the amount of groundwater pumped, the drawdown in the well or the aquifer, and the energy used. At the policy level, and I will end with these inferences, there is no constancy in the nexus because all 3 are variable. To achieve a fixed productivity in agriculture, the energy input for producing water required to achieve that productivity will be different under different conditions and will have variable consequences in the underground system, which is called the aquifer. I think solar energy is going to be a big game changer. At the moment, it looks more reliable than grid energy. I think it's fundamentally because of its reliability and quality. It's more predictable. Solar produces better resolved drawdown and recovery cycles than grid energies does. I think both, so this is important, both energy, just give me half a minute. Energy types, both energy types produce classical drawdowns in case of unconfined aquifers. Well behavior is a consequence of what happens inside the aquifer, but it's also a function of the demand in agriculture and the supply through energy. Reliability of energy does not necessarily lead to conservative groundwater usage, but has consequences like diversifying crops, increased area under cropping, generate and use for agriculture in our project locations at least, and the energy market through cooperatives, where I believe the Dhundi experiment that Dr. Shah talked about could be a big game changer. So I'll stop at that. Thank you so very much, and thank you for that extra 1 minute.
Yes. So it was a wonderful presentation, knowledge enriching, we can say that. Now we are going to have the last presentation of this session, and for that, the guest has arrived over here. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. He is Dr. Ravindra Udgirkar, Vice President, Corporate Strategy, Praj Industries. Now I request all the dignitaries to come ahead, and I request Raju Mishra ji to felicitate Udgirkar sir. So without further ado, we are going to go ahead with the presentation. But before I invite Udgirkar sir to go for the presentation, I'll present his introduction before you. Dr. Ravindra Udgirkar is presently the Vice President of Corporate Strategy at Praj Industries Limited. As an electronics and telecommunication engineer by training, Dr. Udgirkar holds a doctorate in international marketing strategies from Savitribai Phule Pune University. In his career span over 3 decades, Dr. Udgikar has worked for leading Indian and multinational companies in product as well as project businesses. Widely traveled around the world, Dr. Udgikar specializes in formulating and implementing business transformation strategies. Passionate about education, Dr. Udgirkar has long-standing associations with several renowned institutions around the world. He holds honorary positions in various industry associations, institutions, and professional bodies such as CII, Pune Management Association, COEP Technology University, and Marathi Vignan Parishad, just to name a few. He has published several research papers in journals and regularly writes columns on diverse topics in newspaper. So let's welcome Dr. Ravindra Udgirkar with a big round of applause. And I request him to give away his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Standing between you and lunch, what a sweet spot, I should say. But at the outset, I must thank Preeti ma'am for this generous introduction. It's always nice to be back at the campus where I spent golden years of my career, engineering, and I was also the distinguished alumnus of MIT. So it's so nice to see young, bright minds from the alma mater and faculty members. I also want to compliment the organizers for organizing this wonderful conference on a topic which is very contemporary. Should it be seen as a great coincidence? I don't know, but today is the launch of G20 Leadership Summit in Delhi, and where one of the major agenda that is getting discussed is addressing the climate change. And the topic here, the national conference, pretty much is centered around the sustainable development and climate change. And I have the pleasure of presenting to you my perspective on the future of bioeconomy. Now, my presentation here is structured in these 4 or 5 modules. I'm going to little bit talk about climate change, why it is important to know about climate change. We'll just see there. What is energy transition and why it is regarded as one of the most promising pathways to combat climate change is we are going to have a look. Then we are going to introduce this concept of bioeconomy. What is this bioeconomy and why is this important and how does this fit into this overall jigsaw puzzle? And then we are going to talk about how we are doing as India in the bioeconomy. And we will quickly close about what my company Praj is doing to keep India's leadership at the bioeconomy. And again, I reflect to the Global Leadership Summit of G20 today, where Prime Minister is expected to announce a major initiative in the form of Global Biofuel Alliance. So I think in many ways, all these things are coming together. The era of global warming is over. The era of global boiling is here. Where the words of United Nations General Secretary Antonio Guterres, who incidentally is also in Delhi today, when he was talking at one of the United Nations forums at the end of July. And why did he say that? Because July 2023 was recorded the hottest month ever in the history of 12,000 years. Global average temperature around on our planet was seen at 17.6 degrees, which was by far the highest ever recorded. There is a place called Death Valley in the borders of Nevada and California, which recorded a temperature of as high as 54.3 degrees centigrade, highest ever recorded. So in many ways, July was a record month. But if that was not enough, just a report that was published just 2 days back, August seems to be following that suit, and the last 8 months of 2023 have been the highest recorded average temperatures. The report says that the highest global temperature around the oceans was recorded as 21 degrees, highest ever. So what we are witnessing here is global warming is for real, and this seems to be the way forward. And that's what my first slide is all about. So if you look at this slide talks about climate calamities or climate disasters around the world. Whether it is heat waves, whether it is floods, droughts, earthquakes, I mean, all parts of the world there were heavy casualties. If this picture was 2022, 2023 hasn't been any kind. Extreme heat waves in northern hemisphere, floods in Europe as we speak, in our neighboring nations. There is so much happening, and all these climate calamities is clearly a warning that mankind is facing its biggest crisis ever, much bigger than terrorism, in the form of climate change. And the next slide actually tells you even more the severity of this crisis. If you take into account last 2 decades of previous millennium and compare them with the first 2 decades of present millennium, we have seen astronomical rise in climate calamities. Huge economic damages, setbacks to the nations, human lives lost. It's all happening here. While majority of economic damage was done in the Western economies, estimated to be upwards of $400 or $500 trillion, 9 out of 10 lives lost were in developing economies like India. So I think that just tells you the gravity, that what a big crisis we have on hand, and we have to work on it on a war footing. So if you look at any forums, whether it is G20, whether it is COP27 summit that was concluded in Egypt, and we are just heading into COP28 summit in UAE, or for that matter, the World Economic Forum in Davos. At every forum, there is an increasing noise about the crisis and risk surrounding our environment. So it is our utmost responsibility to actually take all measures to see that we conserve the only planet we have. And then, the reports have said that one after another, that there are 4 ways to actually combat this climate change, which is Race to Zero, which is the carbon neutrality campaign. So in a landmark COP summit, it was agreed that the global temperature compared to the pre-industrialized levels have to be curbed up to 2 degrees centigrade or 1.5 degrees centigrade at its best. However, we don't seem to be winning that race. And one surefire way to win that race is a campaign of net zero, which was launched at COP26 summit in Glasgow. And then there are 4 pathways to achieve this net zero. Energy transition, I'm going to come back to this in a minute. Circular economy, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, replenish, replace, repurpose. So keep the goods in circulation and moving as far and as long as possible instead of junking or wasting them. Then obviously forestation. Forests are lungs for the mankind. They contain the carbon emissions and they give much needed oxygen. And it is our utmost duty to conserve the forest. Unfortunately, in our relentless pursuit of industrialization and infrastructure development, we are deforesting. Even the rainforests haven't been conserved, so there is a big action item for us. And then finally, there are technologies emerging which actually capture the carbon from the atmosphere and sequester it so that, we are successful in keeping the carbon emissions low. But the more surefire way is to transit to the greener and cleaner energy sources. And if you look at the next slide, whether it is World Economic Forum again, or whether it is, World Energy Outlook, or any other major think tanks, we are seeing them pointing towards only one direction. We have to accelerate our energy transition. And that acceleration of energy transition is squarely in our hands. How do we adopt and graduate to renewable, clean energy sources? So what is this energy transition business all about? So ever since the evolution, energy transition has happened already twice. From biomass to the coal, and then from coal to oil and gas. But in last 100 years or more, we've been squarely depending majoritarily on the fossil sources of energy, which is coal and oil. And right now, momentum big time is building for transition to cleaner and greener energy sources. And that's the third energy transition we are talking about. And which is so very critical to curb the temperature rise, and which is possible only if we are able to limit the greenhouse gas or the carbon footprints. So this energy transition have got again number of pathways. So clearly there is solar and wind, which is very well known, very well publicized. We talk about them for all the time. There is Global Solar Alliance. National Hydrogen Mission Policy actually points to the green hydrogen, which is the hydrogen which is available in abundance, can be extracted and leveraged for cleaner and greener energy. Then there is tidal. Then there is, of course, nuclear. There are concerns over nuclear. That's why many Western economies are actually have already faded it out. But because of the European crisis, we are still seeing the emergence back of nuclear power into the energy mix. And come to think of India, we have hardly any percentage of nuclear power in our energy mix. So we have very ambitious plans to harness the nuclear energy. And clearly there is other forms of energy like geothermal energy and hydro energy, which have their own limitations. But for today's discussions, we are going to concentrate on the bioenergy. And this bioenergy, little bit expanded definition can be said in the form of bioeconomy. So it is the knowledge-based economy that utilizes the renewable feedstock in the form of carbohydrates for the production of goods and materials. And these chemicals and materials and products coming from green route are very environment friendly, they are less toxic, they do not damage the planet Earth, they facilitate the energy transition. So bioeconomy is something which is the way we need to harness. Talking about bioeconomy, it actually dovetails very well into 11 of the 17 sustainable development goals. And one of that we are focusing in the conference is about water. But bioeconomy is much bigger. And I think the net zero transition goals are far-fetched. India has announced to be 2070, world is looking at 2050, China has said 2060, many European nations have said 2040, but this United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have a deadline of 2030. So I think harnessing bioeconomy, we are actually facilitating our journey towards achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, which is very, very important. And then talking about bioeconomy, again, it has several various facets: biopharma, pharmaceutical, as many of us know, agricultural, different types of agricultural. There is a lot of technology coming into the agriculture. Then there is bioinformatics, which is the IT systems embedded into the biology. Then there is bioresearch, which is using biomaterial to replace the traditional chemical materials. And the one that I'm going to focus in discussion today is about bioindustrial. So this bioindustrial comprises of biofuels, enzymes, biochemicals, which also have got an astonishing future. Starting from a low base, bioeconomy and industrial biotechnology have been picking up very well, and they're expected to hit $3 billion mark by the end of this decade. We will end up achieving this much before are the expectations given the relentless focus of the government to accelerate adoption of biofuels, which is one of the things that is getting talked in today's G20 Leadership Summit, is how do we develop a global biofuel alliance to actually harness our captive resources. And we'll come to that in a minute. So how all this adaptation to bioeconomy is possible? Obviously, you need very progressive and forward-looking policy formulation and network. And India is blessed with a think tank in the form of Niti Aayog, and there are several other private sector and government sector and other consulting organizations working together to help India accelerate its journey in bioeconomy. So there are very progressive policies in the form of national biofuels policy, in the form of SATAT, the sustainable, affordable, that is to do with the compressed biogas. Then we have other policy in the form of national hydrogen, which is also very good. And then there are others that facilitate individual sectors. But underlining message is progressive, conducive policy framework to attract investments, to accelerate energy transition, to speed up the research, rapid commercialization of innovation technology is very, very critical. And that's where India is blessed with a very, very promising policy framework. And we have seen that time and again. Even the last budget, annual budget, had a focus on green growth. And there was Saptapadi outlined by the Honorable Prime Minister as a part of his green growth vision. And very recently, Bio 3, that is the policy to manufacture bio manufacturing, which is instead of traditional manufacturing, using biological feedstocks, it's something which is taken up. Remember, India is not blessed with abundance of fossil fuel reserves. We are extremely, 80% of our oil imports are from the oil producing nations. So we are very vulnerable. But what we have in abundance is abundance of sun, land and agriculture. And we often say there are two nations, one is India and another is Bharat. Now in present context it may get one, but while the urban economies are going at a bullet train's pace, we have still a challenge of harnessing the rural economy. India majoritarily still lives in villages. So I think there is an important need to include the agricultural community in overall development. So I think this is once again relentless focus of the government to accelerate journey towards cleaner, greener, low carbon economy. And then what actually helps speed up, what are the drivers that are actually accelerating bioeconomy? So India is doing extremely well in technology. If you take Pune as a city, it's called hub of biotechnology. We have several national chemical laboratories, ICER, then we have cell culture laboratory, we have Praj, our company has state-of-the-art laboratory in developing technology. So there are several laboratories. There is no dearth of students. Even I think the biotechnology course, even MIT has it in big way. So there is a focus on plenty of talent that is coming into this industry. So I think the technology advances is very critical because technology has the prowess to change world for the better. And then clearly we have the financial might. The country is doing very well. It is seen as the only bright spot in otherwise depressing global economy thanks to our domestic consumption, but that's another topic. The reality is that we have funds in surplus to facilitate this acceleration to energy transition by harnessing the renewable sources. And clearly we have something which is a regulatory framework that is coming in, which we saw in the previous slide. So all these are driving our bioeconomy. Our company Praj is about 4-decade-old company involved in accelerating energy transition using bioeconomy. And Praj's journey is full of challenges because biotechnology, unlike information technology, is a niche industry. You need to harness the biological resources. The supply chain, raw material, feedstock is yet to get established. There is a lot of investment required. There is an incubation time. As you can appreciate, there is a big variety in variation of quality in terms of agricultural feedstocks. But the output need to be constant. So input is varying. You need to vary the process to suit the input so as to get the constant output. So we've been doing some pioneering work. Our company has over 400 technology patents to our credit. We are regarded as India's biggest and largest player in the industrial biotechnology around the world. Our approach to bioeconomy is based on two-pronged strategies. One is what we call as a biomobility platform of low carbon biofuels, which are produced using processing the agricultural feedstock to facilitate decarbonization of the transportation sector. And another platform is BioPrism, which is renewable chemicals and materials. This technology platform harness the biological feedstock to produce variety of biochemicals which have potential to replace the traditional chemicals. And clearly they are more sustainable, more environment friendly, less toxic, and therefore truly benefit the circular economy. And as we studied in our classes in school, plants absorb carbon dioxide and emit oxygen. So in a way, plants absorb carbon dioxide and products made from plant when consumed emit carbon dioxide. So in a way, you are doing carbon neutral or low carbon cycle, unlike fossil resources which are deeply ingrained in the Mother Earth. We extract them, we consume them, we add the carbon emissions to what are already existing. So that way, the bioeconomy is very, very environment friendly and works on the circular economy principle. But these two platforms require expertise in handling various types of biological feedstocks. And then we have to understand the product specifications and develop technology to make those products. And what we are doing here is we have this variety of biofuels, which are falling in the form of traditional biofuels, which are falling in the form of advanced biofuels, future biofuels, and next generation biofuels. These biofuels, the more popular one we know is ethanol, which is blended with gasoline. Up to 20% of ethanol can be blended with gasoline without any major changes required in the engine construction. And more you blend, to that extent lower is the need for imported crude. And to that extent we are able to curb our oil imports. To that extent we are able to save our dollars. To that extent we are able to harness the agriculture community in our economy cycle in the form of inclusive growth. Now the technologies are available where the ethanol blending can go up to 100%. In fact, Union Minister Gadkari launched a vehicle which is a strong hybrid vehicle which can work up to 100% of ethanol and also can on board recharge the batteries. So we are seeing that even the automobile industry or even the mobility sector as a whole is undergoing lots of transformation. And then clearly one of the landmark thing happened earlier this year is we produced the sustainable aviation fuel, because remember, every time you are flying, you are leaving massive carbon footprint in the skies, and that is polluting our skies. So how do you minimize the carbon footprints of aviation sector? And some of these sectors are known as hard to abate sectors. So sustainable aviation fuel is actually a fuel made again from low carbon ingredients blended into aviation transportation jet fuel. And the more you blend, the more you are successful in curbing the greenhouse gas emissions or carbon footprints of the aviation sector. So some of those are on the anvil. Ethanol blending on biodiesel is yet another thing. So all this bioeconomy is getting a big boost by way of the biomobility platform of technologies that we have introduced. So one such technology uses the sugary feedstock. As we know, about 8 to 9% of India's fertile land is in cultivating the sugarcane, which is also known as a water guzzling crop incidentally. But what we know is just a sugar application. The reality is the sugarcane sector has applications which are far-fetched. And if you use the sugar feedstock or the starchy feedstock, you are able to put it through the process of biochemical processing, biothermal processing, and actually make very environment-friendly biofuels out of it. That's called first generation of feedstock and first generation ethanol. What we also have is an abundance of biomass, which is in the form of agricultural waste, which is actually a waste. But all that contains sugar. So if we are able to, instead of torching or stubble burning, able to harness those biological resources, again put them through the biochemical, biothermal processing, we are able to get fuel. So from waste to wealth. So that's another area where we can take great strides in harnessing our captive resources. We are aware of uncertainties and the challenges that our farmer faces. So in addition to this crop harvest, he is able to get an alternate revenue stream by even selling his agricultural waste, which is very, very important for him because it helps him stabilize against the uncertainty of the market pricing of his crop and of course the weather challenges. So I think lignocellulosic ethanol is one of the breakthroughs, and one such project is actually installed at IOCL Panipat, first of its kind in Asia. The whole world is looking at it. Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated it. Two such projects are on the unveil that we are building. But this is the way biofuels can take much leap forward. Then obviously I spoke about sustainable aviation fuel. India, like I said, has its own technologies where it can use Indian feedstock, Indian technology, Indian manufacturing capability to benefit Indian skies, and in turn keep all the dividends of this within our nation. So it in many ways works very well with Atmanirbharta vision that this government has. So sustainable aviation fuel is a way forward because the mandates are soon going to kick in. And this is a global problem, and therefore we are looking at India as a hub for production of sustainable aviation fuel. So the flights flying to east can actually refuel. There is strong mandate that is coming in. So that's one of the more growth areas. And then so much is getting talked about compressed biogas. Just like compressed natural gas, which is again coming from the fossil fuel route, compressed biogas actually comes from the biological route. So you are able to process industrial waste, biomass, municipal solid waste, and in a true circular economy fashion, you are able to generate gas-based transportation system. And imagine these biogas plants can be very decentralized. These decentralized biogas plants facilitate the rural economy because farming community after their harvesting can actually use their agricultural residue as a feedstock for these plants. These plants make fuel. That fuel can be used in the tractor used by farmers, and again that plant creates an economic opportunity for the employability and also entrepreneurship opportunity to manage feedstock and transportation and logistics. So it can be decentralized, self-sustaining model of compressed biogas plant, which is a vision of this government, which will actually help make sure that there is an inclusive growth in the rural economy. And then I spoke quickly about biochemicals, still in the product heading up in the product life cycle curve, but this is the future. Many organizations, especially in the Western world, have taken a vow to reduce their traditional materials in their use. IKEA, for that matter, use all packaging from the recycled material. Biodegradable plastics, we all are familiar of the plastic menace and immense damage it's causing in the marine life and also on everyday human life. So these traditional plastics are non-biodegradable. They take thousands of years. But bioplastics, which are coming from the biological route, are compostable or degradable. So that means they can mix up with the soil, unlike the traditional plastic which actually contaminates the soil. So bioplastics is one of the products, and there are several products which have got applications across the industry. So biopolymer is going to be a big thing in times to come. And that's where our nation's focus is going to go forward when it comes to biomanufacturing. And then if I would like to quickly close here by just demonstrating the potential bioeconomy holds for the Indian household. We have abundance of feedstock, we have abundance of technology availability. When harnessed, it has a potential to actually not only save foreign exchange, it has potential to create employment, it has potential to curb greenhouse gases. More importantly, for a society, the particulate matter coming out of the fossil fuel combustion is actually one of the biggest health hazards. The number of casualties because the respiratory disorders are far outnumbering any other casualties. So whenever you are using biofuels, it helps because it has a rich oxygen content, it acts as an oxygenating agent and therefore limits or contains the particulate matter. I guess that's a sign of completion, but that incidentally was my last slide, that how in the end bioeconomy harnesses social, economic, environmental enablers for the progress of nation. I thank once again the organizers for inviting me to speak and really appreciate your time. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was really a very wonderful session, knowledge enriching session, I would say that, and very engaging. Thank you so much, sir. I know why so many applause is coming up. It's a lunch break. We are going to have it for sure. But just two announcements I'll make, and then we'll be free to go for lunch. After this lunch break, we are going to join back again in the same hall at 2 p.m. So we are going to have two sessions after that. First session will be having 3 speakers, and next session 2 speakers and 1 panel discussions. So whatever we are listening since morning, based on those presentations, some discussions are going to happen in the panel discussion. Your questions also will be answered in the same session. So I request all the students who have any question, please share it with your coordinator so that those will be taken up at the time of panel discussion. Now, the delegates and the dignitaries out of MIT, food coupons are there outside. Our student volunteers will definitely help you out getting those food coupons. Lunch is arranged in Chandralok canteen, and one more place is at Plato Hall. So respective coordinators and licensing officers, please take the dignitaries to the respective halls for the lunch. So after lunch session, 2 p.m., we all are meeting again. Thank you. Thank you so much. before we go ahead in the seminar and giving introduction about it, I just want to remind you to thank you, students. As I was talking about what is this seminar and who are the organizers for this seminar and what is the intent behind organizing such kind of seminar. So this one-day seminar has been organized collaboratively by MIT World Peace University and AUM, means Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter, Pune. This seminar will be conducted in 4 sessions. Already 2 sessions have been conducted in the morning, including inauguration session, and rest of the 2 sessions post-lunch, we are going to start those 2 sessions. The major theme of this seminar is securing water for food, energy, and environment. Securing water for food, energy, and environment is a critical challenge integral to society, and that requires careful management and sustainable practices. The world is navigating through turbulent times, and it is the need of the hour to strive for an equitable and just growth for all in a sustainable, inclusive, and responsible manner. The water, food, energy nexus recognizes this interdependence and aims to promote integrated and sustainable management of these resources. You, the youth of today's world, have to understand those challenges, and togetherly you should come up with the solution, and this exactly is the intent by organizing this one-day national seminar. So I request the dignitaries for the second session to join the stage. I request Shekhar Gaikwad sir, who is former Commissioner of Sugar, Maharashtra, to join the stage. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Let's put our hands together for Pankaj Tagalpallewar sir, who is Additional Director General, MEDA. I do request Rajendra Holani sir, Director, Primu Infrastructure Development Consultants Private Limited, to join the stage. And The chairman for this session is C.H. sir. I do request him to join the stage. Let's put our hands together to welcome all the dignitaries dais. The theme of this second session, there are 3 topics which will be covered in this session. First will be political economy of sugar industry in Maharashtra. Second is water management in the urban sector. And the third one, achievements and challenges in the use and upscaling of solar energy in Maharashtra. So all the dignitaries are here. I request C.S. Deshmukh sir to come ahead and felicitate the 2 guests for today's session. So the first, I request Deshmukh sir to felicitate Shekhar Gaikwad sir. Sir, you please join. As per the tradition of MIT World Peace University, we felicitate the guest with a shawl and the World Peace Dome frame. And AUM Om Lambda Alpha, they are giving memento to the dignitaries. So Dr. C.S. Deshmukh, they are felicitating the 2 dignitaries, 2 guests for this today's session. Thank you all. So before we begin the session, as you are attending this seminar for the first time, in the first session, students from Commerce and Economics attended the sessions, so they got to know who are jointly organizing this seminar. MIT World Peace University, as you all know, and the now second organizer is Om Lambda Alpha International. So the Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter Pune is affiliated to Lambda Alpha International, an honorary society for land economics. LAI represents 2 Greek words. One is logos and other one is agroikos, which means learning of land, and that is science of land utilization. Lambda Alpha International is an honorary society for the advancement of land economics established in 1930 in USA. Lambda Alpha carries out its major activities through its chapters located in many countries across the globe. Om Lambda Alpha International Pune chapter was started in 2014 by Anil Kumar Hatkar sir. So let's have a big round of applause for taking such a wonderful initiative by LAI. Going ahead in the session, first of all, I do request Pankaj Tagalpallewar sir, who is an Additional Director General MEDA, to present his topic to the audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, students. First of all, I will really like to thank organizers for inviting MEDA for this national seminar organized by Om Lambda Alpha International Chapter and MIT University Pune. It's really a privilege, and to share a stage with Honorable Shekhar Gaikwad sir, it's really an honor for me. He is a source of inspiration for us. So my topic is achievement and challenges in use and upscaling of solar energy in Maharashtra.
So I know that session after lunch is a little bit lazy, and I can see the crowd here. So we'll try to make it more interactive and more live. So first of all, we'd like to introduce about MEDA. MEDA is a state nodal agency for renewable energy in Maharashtra, for MNRE, state designated agency for energy conservation and energy efficiency, and agency for implementation of renewable power obligation. The terms may or may not be familiar with you, but one term is very much familiar with you. So I will just take a call on that. I just want students to raise your hands who are really concerned about traffic in Pune. Nice. So everybody is concerned about traffic in Pune. Now please raise the hand who is concerned about the climate change and global warming. Thank you. It's really nice to see that we are equally concerned about traffic in Pune and climate change and global warming. So it shows that you are aware about climate change, global warming, and how it is affecting our life. It's not affecting in some parts of the world, it's affecting our day-to-day life. We can say that it is reducing our average lifespan also. So you can consider the gravity of the topic and what we shall do and how we shall move ahead. And for that, MEDA is the agency which is working to reduce the greenhouse gas effect, global warming, and climate change. So what is global warming? We are hearing in day-to-day life. So these greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, when it is emitted in more quantity in atmosphere, you know the sun rays which are incidental to the earth, they fall on earth, then they are reflected back. So when they are reflected back, they are not harming, but carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas holds that heat, and that way global warming increases and climate change is there. This is organizational structure of MEDA, how MEDA works, who are the apex body and all. Honorable Minister, sir, is the chairman. These are national objectives for renewable energy, sustainable economic growth by energy security, minimize dependency on fossil fuels. Lot have been talked since morning for sustainability, fossil fuel use, and detrimental effects to the atmosphere. Reduce carbon emission, as I said. Develop clean, reliable, and sustainable alternative energy sources. Like nowadays, you know, solar and wind is much popular. But cogeneration, biomass, other sources are geothermal, tidal, wind, offshore wind, everything is coming. So that are the alternative sources. And access to electricity for all. I think that is not we cannot imagine a life without electricity nowadays. So, but we are for access of electricity in rural areas and every citizen of India. This is energy scenario of Maharashtra, in which you can see percentage of renewable energy capacity-wise. Capacity is the ability to generate the power. That is 28% as of now. But you know, like fossil fuel, or we do generation of power in thermal power stations, that is for 24 hours. But solar, wind, everything, it is not for 24 hours. It is as per the availability of natural resources, that is solar, wind. So though capacity is 28%, consumption-wise, it is not 28%. This is a renewable energy scenario of the state. Potential more than 150 gigawatt is there. Out of total potential, solar and wind, 144 gigawatt potential is there. State is focusing on developing RE capacity through solar parks, solar rooftop, and solar pumps. Solar rooftop, I will explain you in detail, so it will help for your daily consumption. State is also focusing on augmenting the capacity of evacuation infrastructure that is required for evacuation of renewable energy. That is being done. We are going for green corridor. Now, I was discussing with some of the friends and colleagues here. So everybody is also now concerned about their electricity bill. So there is a scheme called GCRT, Grid Connected Rooftop, that can be implemented in every household. If you see at the residential tariff or commercial tariff, then we are like paying more than 10 rupees per unit. And if you want to, if you have some roof space at your home, at your building, your establishment, then you can definitely think of solar power, grid connected rooftop solar power, for which there is also subsidy by central government. 40% subsidy is there for residential consumers within 3 kilowatts slab. So that can really help to reduce your electricity bill, and it will also help to contribute in renewable energy growth in Maharashtra. So you can start studying your bill and see potential of rooftop solar at your residence. Now in Pune, a number of housing societies have gone for it, and they have reduced their electricity consumption or their electricity bill that way. People think that when we go for this solar power at the residence, then they equate load with the solar power. But that is not required to be done in net metering model, because grid support is always available, and in that case, grid can act as a battery, so that when solar power is not there, you can import the power from the grid, and when you have excess power, solar power, more than your consumption, then that can be exported into grid. So your load of electricity need not to be taken by solar plant itself. Grid is there as a buffer for you. So for that, net metering model is already popular in Maharashtra, and now there is a national portal for it, through which subsidy is directly going to beneficiaries' account, DBT, direct bank transfer is being done, and that scheme is really popular, and I'm happy to share that out of total national share, 80% share is done by Maharashtra for GCRT. And with support of all, will definitely increase it much more. There is much more potential in it. So what are the objectives of the Maharashtra state? Our policies are synchronization with policies of central government. State has adopted policy of achieving target of renewable energy to 25% of conventional energy by 2025. By 2023, Maharashtra state is 16.5% of renewable energy out of total electricity consumption. It's as per RPO targets. All of this power is not generated in Maharashtra. Some of the power is purchased under renewable power obligation by DISCOM from other states also, like Rajasthan. These are our RE generation targets. National targets, all in energy field, know that 500 gigawatt to be achieved by 2030. Total installed capacity of Maharashtra as of now is 11.5 gigawatt. Composite policy for renewable energy sources is declared on 31st December 2020. So the policy envisages ramping up capacities of grid-connected renewable power projects based on solar, wind, baggage, then small hydro, solar, and municipal solid waste, industrial waste. Proposed capacity addition is 17,360 megawatt of renewable energy projects by 2027. So that entire capacity of state will go to 25 gigawatt. State RE policy aims at developing additional RE capacity of 17,360 megawatt of grid-connected RE. Separate target for RE sources such as solar, 12,300 megawatt, wind 2,500 megawatt, bagasse 1,350 megawatt, small hydro 80 megawatt. Small hydro, I think all of you know, is hydro power from the head of the water that is available. Like all of us know, Koina is there. There is a large hydro, the small hydro power station, which have less capacity. That target is there. That is considered under renewable power obligation. Then focuses on development of solar park, hybrid power projects. Hybrid means solar and wind at one place. So both can get evacuation facility at single place. It mandates solar, wind, bagasse, small hydro, municipal waste to sell power to state discoms for fulfillment of renewable power obligation for captive and third party. captive and third party, I think students may not be knowing it. But one thing I will say that this renewable energy sector, it has got tremendous career opportunities for students. So you can really study different sectors in this area. Number of fields are there. You can go for energy market manager, you can study for carbon credits, you can go in the field of solar manufacturing, solar installments. So much opportunities are there. So you can really explore in this field. This is a solar microgrid project that has been developed by the MEDA and running successfully in Melghat in Amravati district. So microgrid is established when you know some remote areas like Melghat in Maharashtra, Nandurbar. So conventional grid is not available at that village. So what we do, 100 kilowatt solar power plant is established with the battery support. And from that, we provide power to households. When we try to estimate the cost of laying electricity lines to some of the remote areas which are not having much demand, so cost is like more than 1 lakh rupee per kilowatt of laying the lines only. So microgrids is the better option, and it is running successfully, and it is having very less interruptions as compared to the conventional grid. So we are planning for more microgrid projects in Maharashtra. I think in morning we are talking about this Chief Minister Solar Agriculture Feeder Scheme. Solar power generation and agricultural load, they go hand in hand. They complement each other because solar power is available in daytime, and normally farmer needs power in daytime. If you have been from some certain villages, or if you know the day-to-day life of the farmer, then you may know how troublesome it is to go into the field and do irrigation at night hours. So there is consistent demand from farmers to get daytime power. Again, it reduces the water extraction from earth, as we have discussed, because in daytime, normally farmer is physically present in his field, in his farm, but night time it is very troublesome. So he just leave, that pump is continuously on in night time. In daytime, he can take care and do irrigation as per requirements of the crops. So this is the scheme for solarization of agricultural feeders, which can give daytime power to the farmers in vicinity, which are fed from that substation. This is also very popular in the farmers. Initially, two projects were done as a demo in the state. One is Rayegan Siddhi at Ahmednagar and Manzarda at Yavatmal district. Both are running successfully today. This is, after that, Mukhyamantri Saur Krishi Vahina 1 was done, and now Mukhyamantri Saur Krishi Vahini Yojana 2 has been launched. And that is really a flagship project for government of Maharashtra, and that is being popular in the entire country. That has been appreciated at national level. So for this project, one of the challenge was land. So for much of the projects, clusters are formed in districts of the capacity around 200 to 250 megawatt in different substations, and then developer will come and do the solar power development in this cluster. And mostly focus was on lands first. Government lands which were available were acquired, and as per availability of land, we have moved ahead for 5 clusters. Now tenders have already been floated. Government lands, and after that, if farmer is willing to provide his land, which is around 5 kilometers in the substation, then he can upload the land details on the portal, and that if developer opts to develop a project on that land, then we pay lease rent of 50,000 per annum. So that is also popular in farmers. Number of farmers have uploaded their land, and that land is being handed over to special purpose vehicle that is formed by government, and then it is handed over to solar developers. So it is also easy for developer to have land, trouble-free land, as all developers know, and then develop a plant there. And there is also option that if developer can procure private land if he wants. So this scheme is really flagship program, and we are having target of 7,000 megawatt by 2027 on Mukhyamantri Saur Krishi Vahini Yojana, that is solarization of AG feeders. Now, MEDA is continuously trying to facilitate renewable energy in Maharashtra. That is the role of a state nodal agency. So, MEDA had identified that there are number of windows for renewable energy developers. Like MEDA is one of the window, registration has to be done. Then DISCOM is the number of metering permissions, permission to commission, electrical inspector is involved. So there were a number of windows, and they just have to go at each window. So now single window portal has been developed by MEDA, so that RE developer can apply on window, and entire process is done on the portal itself, and they can track the status of their application. Another point is for green corridor. And we have issued registration for 1311 megawatt of solar power, out of which 679 capacity is commissioned, and the remaining are expected to be commissioned up to March 24. So this is all about presentation. I know you are in hurry of clapping, and thank you so much. It was really good to interact with a dynamic crowd like you. I remembered my college days when we were in college. How was our sentiments? Thanks for listening me so patiently and giving such a response. Thank you. Thank you.
Such a wonderful session, Pankaj sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Going ahead in the session, you must have seen that one more dignitary has joined us on the dais. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. He is Mr. Rajendra Holani, Director, Primo Infrastructure Development Consultants Private Limited. Welcome, sir, here in this session. Thank you so much. So going ahead in the session, we have second presentation, which will talk about political economy of sugar industry in Maharashtra. And for the same, I do invite Shekhar Gaikwad, sir, who is former Commissioner of Sugar, Maharashtra, to give away his presentation. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends, my colleagues on dais, and student friends. I'll be talking in brief about the political economy of sugar industry in Maharashtra. As we all know, sugar industry is at such a crucial juncture where, everything about sugar industry is talked about. Whether it is energy crisis, whether it is environmental issue, whether it is sugar export issue, or it is banning of sugar export. Sugar was, I was sugar commissioner for last 4 years, and in 2021-22, we were the largest producer of sugar in the world. So for the first time, we crossed over Brazil in 21-22. Maharashtra that way was the third largest sugar producer in the world after Brazil and India. So you can imagine that Maharashtra as a state alone, we crossed over China 100 million tons, then Thailand 110 lakh tons, then Russia, then New Zealand, Australia, everyone except Brazil and India. So even India's production was highest in the world mainly because of UP and Maharashtra. So that way within the country, Maharashtra's contribution is around 30% in the sugar industry. But, you know, we all know that half of the cabinet members have their sugar mills, right? So when we talk about political economy, we mainly talk about how is the nexus between politicians and the support that is given to sugar industry. That is the main underlying, statement made by many environmentalists. The second allegation against sugar industry is, sugar is growing in such areas of Maharashtra where, groundwater is all-time low. I was also groundwater director of the Maharashtra, so I also was instrumental in sending Jaldur train as Collector Sangli from Miraj to Latur, where, we carried around 110 crore liters of water over a distance of 400 kilometers. This had never happened in the human history, that drinking water was carried from, say, one point to another over a distance of 400 kilometers. That is another story. Now, what has happened really is, wherever there is more irrigation, farmers are giving preference to sugarcane. Now the scientists are saying that you are growing sugarcane in such areas where the groundwaters are very low, sometimes even the dark zones, sometimes where the water table has gone at such a level that future generations, might have a problem. Then third allegation is that whenever, the Jayakwadi is filled up, sugarcane area goes up by, say, 10 lakh hectares. That is the number. Right now in Maharashtra, area under sugarcane has gone up to 15 lakh hectares, which is almost next to cotton and soybean. So sugarcane has also become the third largest crop in the state. In addition, the total turnover of sugar industry has gone above 1 lakh crores in the state alone. So you can imagine that sugar industry in Maharashtra is giving, employment to how many people? At least 40 lakh farmers in the state, 10 lakh sugar harvesting workers, more than 3 lakh people working in the sugar mills, and many vendors and, transporters, sugar cutters, so many of them. So it is also, after textile, the second largest industry in the country, which gives maximum employment and it creates maximum wealth in the country. So practically, there is no comprehensive study as on today which, can balance the things, like whether a farmer should take sugarcane or not in a particular area. Even the Niti Aayog and CACP, they have been advocating certain things. We also send our comments. They say wherever groundwater levels are depleting, we should discourage plantation of sugarcane. Now, many, environmentalists as well as groundwater experts, they also of the same opinion. The problem is in implementation. And why that problem? The problem is mainly because, if you are taking a crop, so jawar or soybean, and you are getting 40,000 rupees per acre, and by growing sugarcane, if you are getting 75,000 rupees per acre, there is no chance that a farmer will take these cereal crops if provided the water requirement remains same. The problem again is, can you tell a farmer to make a specific choice of a particular crop? And that has not happened because of, again, this same issue, the political this thing. So probably the solution lies in not using less or more water. The problem is how much income that a farmer gets from a same piece of land. And if we can balance the prices of, say, cereal commodities by way of, say, tweaking the MSP rates or the support prices of the cereals vis-a-vis sugarcane crop, then it would be probably possible that you will be able to, make better options for the farmers to select among the different crops that he has a choice to. So there is no comprehensive study as on today about water, food and energy crisis. All of you must have read about ethanol vehicles then versus electric vehicles. That debate is going on worldwide. There are issues with electrical vehicles. The cost is very high. There's the issue of lithium battery being disposed of. There's question of lithium availability in the country. There is another important issue. The environmental worldwide agree to the fact that if you are producing energy from coal in Chandrapur, Bhandara, Nagpur, and carrying electricity to Pune, and if you are flying electric vehicles in Pune, it is meaningless because the source of energy is coming from the coal, which is, in fact, polluting more. So that is more damaging than, using petrol vehicles or diesel vehicles. Now that perspective has to be kept in mind, that creating electric vehicle or say flying electric vehicles in a city, drawing electricity from the coal source in faraway place, it means carrying just pollution from one place to another. Now the climate change really means using green energy. As we understand, whether it is wind energy, the bagasse energy, cogeneration energy, or energy from the west, urban west. Now this needs to be tapped, but the entire debate started when Government of India announced ethanol blending program. You must have heard about that. Right now, we are blending 12% of ethanol in the petrol vehicles. So that has saved this year around $60,000 foreign currency. So over the years, next 5 years, we are going to have, by 2025, 20% blending. We will go further to 20% in coming 4-5 years. And this is completely a green energy because, farmers will grow sugarcane. The bagasse will be used as a source of energy or as fuel. Then the steam would be generated. And out of the molasses and sugar juice, you will be preparing ethanol. And then ethanol will be blended with the petrol and which will be called as gasoline. So gasoline effectively is more energy efficient than petrol alone or ethanol alone. And ethanol is complete green energy. You must have also read in news recently that one single flight went 100% on ethanol recently. Honorable Gadkari ji, was instrumental in happening this, complete ethanol vehicle, complete ethanol-based tractor in the country for the first time. So as a sustainability model or alternative, probably sugar is like a kalparuksha. So far we were talking about coconut as a kalparuksha, but as I see as a sugar commissioner, sugar cane, not a single 1 gram of sugar cane plant goes waste. It's 100% used in the industry. Bagasse, molasses, sugar juice, sugar syrup, and now for the first time in the country, we will be manufacturing paracetamol. We all use paracetamol tablets during, all 3 phases of COVID. The raw material comes from China. Now it would be completely replaced by ethanol-based acetic aldehyde and other, enzymes prepared out of sugarcane ethanol. So you can just imagine the next scope of sugar industry is in pharma industry. And 2 of the sugar mills in the state have taken lead for this. Another aspect of it is that, while we talk about political economy and the support that sugar industry got all these years, right from 1950s onwards, sugar industry was always supported by the rulers, either in the state or the central, and mainly because it was an industry closely related to the farmer's life. But the second allegation is that government always supported by way of giving subsidies. You just Google what was the dispute between before WTO between Thailand, Brazil versus India. We lost that battle. They said India is unnecessarily interfering in the world trade by giving more subsidies and supporting by way of FRP called fair and remunerative price, which is very high. The cost of sugarcane in India is all-time high. The FRP itself is 3,100 rupees per ton. That is, whereas international markets of of sugar might come up to 22 rupees. You can very easily import the sugar of Brazil at 22 rupees or from Pakistan at 20 rupees. The price difference is so much. So we are supporting our own farmers by way of FRP called fair and remunerative price, and in turn we are giving them more rate in ethanol or MSP called minimum selling price of sugar. Now this has been blamed so far by the experts. Second support which politically was given was to reduce the stocks of the sugar in the country, but now that issue is almost over. All the stocks of India's sugar are all-time low. They are around 60 lakh tons. So 1 year's requirement is already in stock. No more additional stocks are there. 3 years ago, we were sitting on a stock of 140 lakh tons of sugar. So that was like half year's requirement for the entire country. Now it is 60 lakh tons. And as you must have read, sugarcane is also a cyclical crop. You will get less yield in 2 years, moderate yield in 1 year, and highest yield in 2 years. So it is a bit cyclic. This year, because of the adverse rain situation, probably sugar production would be less, as is estimated by ISMA and other organizations. So overall, the issue is whether giving of buffer subsidy to storage of sugar, then export subsidy for export of sugar was in the interest of farmers. So since now the stocks are eroded completely, we supported by way of export subsidy in 2018-19 and 19-20, and thereafter we stopped giving subsidies after we lost the battle before WTO. By that time our stocks were eroded, so there is no need now to support or by that way encourage export of sugar. You must have also read recently that sugar export has been banned from India. That is mainly to protect the interest of the urban consumers and to maintain the inflation levels intact. So this is what is overall scenario. The real problem, and in the debate of food versus energy, like for example, worldwide they are saying if you are manufacturing ethanol from maize, probably food would be costlier. And Asian and African countries would, they will have to face the food crisis. Now, whether food is more important or energy is more important, that is the entire debate. And in addition to that, one more facet is of groundwater. And what is the future that we are, handing over to the next generation? That is another issue. Then in the morning, you must have heard about micro irrigation facilities for sugarcane. Recently, MWRRA has requested to head, one study group about use of micro irrigation in sugarcane. There are certain issues, every year, if you are harvesting sugarcane through harvesters, to remove those micro irrigation pipelines from the field is very difficult. Half of them, they get broken, and you are not ready to give subsidy again. Once the beneficiary is covered, lifetime we are not ready to give subsidy again for the micro irrigation. These are the ground level realities of sugar industry, and therefore while farmers have a choice to take the crop of his own choice, and he can select with the given limitations and benefits. If he sees irrigation potential for his particular piece of land, he will always go for a cash crop like sugarcane or cotton because it is giving him more money. So the choice is not between groundwater and surface water. Choice is not between what is the actual groundwater level and what is the future of groundwater level. The choice is how much money that a farmer is going to get. If we can resolve this particular issue, probably we will answer all these issues being raised in the name of political economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Going ahead in the session, the last presentation is by Rajendra Hulani, sir, who is Director, Primo Infrastructure Development Consultants Private Limited. I do request him to present his topic to the audience. Thank you. Thank you. Just give me a moment, sir. As sir had joined, let's have that privilege to felicitate him and welcome him again. So I do request Dr. B.Gdeshmukh, sir, to felicitate Hulani, sir. I do request other dignitaries also to join the felicitation.
Thank you. You have heard since morning, I think, the various facets of water, which may be agriculture, which may be environment. And now I'm here to tell you something about the need of water management in the urban or the drinking water sector as such. Starting from the water cycle, if we look at the various parameters that influence the water cycle, one of it is the climate change that is now happening, and we are finding the extreme events of the rainfall. Maybe this year we are facing the El Nino part of it, and we are suffering for water. Maybe at one time we are, though suffering for water, at the same time in the Himachal, we are suffering through the extreme event of the rainfall. So under such situation, water management has become peculiarly a different scenario and a challenge for the present practitioner as well as the future generation to come. And there has to be a paradigm shift in terms of the way we manage our resources and way we harvest our resources, and whether the development methodologies that we are adopting are suitable to take up these challenges, particularly when we think of the urbanization and the water for urbanization as such. When we look at the overall water consumption, we will find that around 80% of the water is used for agriculture. Maybe around 10 to 15% is used for drinking, and around 5% to 7% for industry. So in case of extreme events, the most of the sufferer, of course, is one who uses most of the water, and that is the agriculture. So in both the events of the less of the rainfall and more of the rainfall, the agriculture suffer the most. But at the same time, the congregation of population in the urban areas, which is thought to be a development scenario, like everyone is coming to, maybe because of the opportunities available in the urban area, people are congregating here in urban areas and the demand of water is increasing day by day. Simultaneously, even in the rural area, the drinking water requirement, which we in our time used to plan for at the rate of 40 liter per person per day, now with the change of the parameter to 70 liter per person per day, straight away around 80-85% requirement of water just by changing the yardstick has increased, and now it is being implemented. Now, when we go with such kind of use of water, I don't say that rural people shall be of a second-class citizen of this country, but at the same time, when we start using more water, you need the sanitation facilities equally. So you take more water, you spoil it, and you want to treat it, but without reusing it. So in turn, we are that way spoiling the water in a sense. So now let's concentrate more on the urban scenario as such. When we look at the urban water usage, our yardstick may be XYZ, whatever, 135, 150 LPCD. But have we thought of whether we require this water at all? There is a need to think of how much water we require afresh. This is because we can't afford this luxury anymore. There is a competing requirement of water for several uses, including industry. So it is a very high time to see that the yardstick, whether it can be reduced in the urban areas. Of course, if you don't reduce, the availability of water itself makes you to reduce. When you see that Pune is taking a holiday on Thursday for the water, more or less because of the compulsion maybe. You don't have the water, what else you can do? Once upon a time, I was the city engineer or water supply engineer of the Thane Municipal Corporation, and when I got promoted as a member secretary, I was living in Thane. Some of the Thane Municipal Corporation engineers came to me stating, sir, our political wing and the development wing says that they want to give 4 FSI. How can it happen? They want to give 4 FSI even to the slum areas, where a single pipeline of 300 mm to be laid is very difficult. Now their water demand will increase, their sewerage will increase. And then we thought for around half an hour we discussed, and we were of the extreme view, don't do anything. Let there be 4 FSI. So people in need is people, those are becoming more and more wise. So if you don't supply, they will treat their wastewater. They will reuse their wastewater. There and there only. So in turn, you will not need any new pipeline to be taken over there. You will, your whatever the sewage line is there may probably will become dry or will be carrying 10%, 20% of water. That's how, I mean, those who are put to trouble, they find out the way to deal with that. And that is where really the things are invented. I was working in my field for 6 months, as Shekhar has told, what crop to be taken. So same thing happened there also. I was learning agriculture for last 6 months. So there was conflicting views. I was a water person, and my brother who was a farmer, who was an economy. Oh, isme se kya milta hai? Simple thing. So same thing. Isme se kya milta hai? So ultimately it happened that this year, after 6 months, there is no water. I told them, you care for water, along with the money, then only you will be sustainable. But at that time it didn't happen. Come back to the urban water. Now let me tell you, in the urban areas, one is the yardstick, second is the NRW, that is the wastage. So I'll pinpoint certain parameters of management which are necessary to be looked into at this juncture. One is the wastage, other are the leakage, and third is the financial leak. financial leakage. So wastage and leakages in general in the metropolitan cities and the A-grade cities is around 40 to 50% straight away. So if we try to plug these things, we can get an equivalent amount of water available. I'm very sad to say here that instead of looking at this particular thing as a resource for water, people, because of just to show that they are doing certain thing, want to bring in more water, augmentation of the system, bringing more and more water. And then when I talk in Marathi, I'll say की फुटलेल्या घागरीमध्ये परत नवीन पाणी आणून टाकलं, काय होणार आहे? ते वेस्टच होणार आहे. So in turn, it means that first you plug your wastage, first you plug your leakages, and then you will find your water requirement, new water requirement will be less. So this is how, this is the requirement in the mid-town areas where the pipelines are very, very old. I even don't mind as a prudent engineer to change the pipe entirely once for all, along with the connections, and put the things on the metered basis to see that the proper accountability is there. Most of the leakages are from the old pipelines in the mid-town area. But you will at the same time be astonished to see that in the mid-town areas particularly, just because of the political influences, there is one pipeline. After 5 years, another politician comes, one pipeline is laid. There may be 4 to 5 pipelines under the road in every street of the old town, for that matter. And every pipeline is working. So what does it mean? X amount of water which is to be taken through one pipeline to give water is spread into 5 pipelines, not developing the pressure, not solving the problem on the supply side. And on the demand side also the consumer is not happy. So this is what is the need of the hour in terms of management of water, drinking water in the urban areas. Coming to the thing that any resource to be managed for that purpose, when we look at if it has got an economic value, if it has been recognized as an economic good, then it really important to measure it. But unfortunately, the water, and particularly the drinking water, is still to get the status of economic good. It is a socio-economic good. So fine, even if it is socio-economic good, it is okay, but any resource, if it is measured, and what has happened to that, if the 100 amount of water is taken in, and what has happened and how much is reached to the people could be understood, then there is an accountability in terms of those who are managing and those who are consuming the water. I find there is a need to have a metered water system for all the urban towns and for all the consumers as such, without which the resource will not be recognized properly. Unless the resource is recognized properly and respected properly through the measurement, it is not possible to curb the water consumption and requirement as such. The third and most important thing in this scenario is the wastewater. The wastewater recycling and reuse, as everybody says, is required to be done. I am happy to state you that the government of India has made it compulsory for the thermal power stations, which are the major guzzlers of water, to essentially use the treated sewage of the cities within 50-kilometer radius of thermal power plant. So around 15 different thermal power plant across the India has started developing this system. Out of this, the Nagpur is in the advanced stage, and they are using the Nagpur's entire sewage. Now Nagpur doesn't have the sewage balance available to give it to the Mauda thermal power station, which is demanding. So this is how the economy, even for the wastewater, can be generated. and the fresh water that was being taken by these thermal power station has now become available for the other beneficial uses. This is also applicable for the agriculture sector use, and the wastewater created by the urban cities can very well be used and shall be used. In fact, Pune started it with a very fanfare that they will be pumping it back to the canal, but it's not really happening. Whatever are the stumbling blocks there in the system needs to be removed to see that it is used. This will save around, say around 50% of the water requirement. 50% of the water requirement for the urban areas if we start reusing and saving the fresh water. So this is an important aspect to be seen. Moreover, the experiment that we did in Malkapur by giving 24/7 water is really a way one has to manage their water system, urban water systems, to see that the overall consumption reduces. The overall consumption reduces by providing the 24/7 water is proven. In fact, in the Malkapur, we have reduced the NRW, which was earlier to the extent of 30%, to the extent of 10% when we started 24/7 12 years back. And it is still working because they are not giving any free water. They are measuring the water. Throughout all the 12 years, they are measuring the water. And their water measurements are state of the art with the AMR kind of meter for such a small municipal corporation. And still they are maintaining the NRW levels at around 15%, which is one of the best in India. So this is how I think the water management in urban area is required to be carried out both on the supply side and demand side. Demand side to be managed by considering water as an economic good, and even if you want to pass on any subsidy, now we have the digital economy available through which the direct subsidy passing on into the account of the eligible people can very well be done, just like the gas and all. And that is how it has to be seen that the water sector, particularly the drinking water sector, recognizes sooner than the latter water as an economic good. And then only I think it can really percolate and our systems and our resource can be managed in a better way. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now, this session is getting concluded, and to put the concluding remarks, I do request Dr. C.S. Deshpande, Professor of Economics in Wellinkar Institute of Management, Mumbai, to give the concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please don't worry, I am not here to summarize what our speakers have said. It was really a power-packed session, and power-packed in both the senses. It dealt with energy-related issues, as also everyone, the content of each of the presentation, you will agree, was really powerful. So I am just here to propose a formal vote of thanks on the behalf of organizers. I am associated with the LAI, with Mr. Anil Hatkar, Prakash Patil, Rajiv Mishraji, and the team LAI. So my first and foremost thanks are, of course, to Gaikwad sir for his excellent and very insightful remarks on the political economy of sugar industry in Maharashtra. The way he touched so many issues, he gave some inter-country comparison as well, but the way he touched some of the issues related to WTO and also related the political economy of urban consumers as far as sugar is concerned was very insightful, and especially to an economist like me, it was really an eye-opener as well. So thank you, sir. My thanks also go to Tagal Palliwar sir for excellent presentation on MEDA. Students, please also remember that in the state of Maharashtra, there are so many agencies, government, private, civil service organizations, and think tanks. Some of the consultancies, some of the representatives are here. Maharashtra has always boasted of and takes pride in lot of constructive work going on quietly in several corners of Maharashtra. MEDA is one of the agencies, and you must have quickly observed the strides they are taking on renewable energy. So in a lighter vein, my humble suggestion to especially the younger generation is that don't get unnecessarily swayed by the headlines which come about the state of Maharashtra. There is a lot to the state of Maharashtra than what appears on the front pages. And here are some of the representatives who are doing so much constructive work in their respective fields, which needs to be carried to students like you, and by your own technology-related media to your other friends. And I also thank Holani sir for his excellent remarks and very forthright observations on urban water management. And again, as an economist, I am very happy to note, sir, that unless you meter and measure the use of water and the management of water, the economics which talks about managing scarce resources of society, the rationality will not come to consumers, to policymakers, and to water users also. So all in all, we had an excellent session and very forthright and insightful observations. So give a round of applause again to our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the dignitaries in the dais, and thank you, students. It was really a wonderful session, insightful session, and so much knowledge, so much information we have got through this session, through the presentation of all the dignitaries. Now, going ahead, we are going to start next session immediately without any break. Yeah, without any break. That's more important because it's action-packed session. We can say that. Next, we are going to have 2 more presentations and 1 panel discussion in the next session. So with the permission of the dais, immediately we are going to start with the next session. So that's session number 3 and the last session of this seminar. In this session, we are going to have 2 presentations. So first presentation is going to be on achieving water security for food. Second one, advances in the rescue of treated water in India. And for this session, I do request Dr. Suresh Kulkarni, irrigation specialist, former secretary, International Commission of Irrigation and Drainage, New Delhi, to join the session. Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Suresh Kulkarni. Thank you, sir. Then I do invite Dr. Nitin Basi, IS Officer and Program Lead, Council for Energy, Environment and Water, New Delhi. Dr. Nitin Basi. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Presenter. Yeah, thank you. That energy is contagious. Thank you so much. Next, we have with us, yes, you can go ahead, not a problem. Go ahead. Right, Mr. Narendra Chuk, sir, who will be the moderator for the panel discussion. Narendra Chuk, sir. So as I said, this session will be having 2 presentations, 2 keynote speakers, and then 1 panel discussion. The first session will be presented by Dr. Suresh Kulkarni. The presentation will be based on the topic, Achieving Water Security for Food. Second presentation will be by Dr. Nitin Basi, and the topic of presentation is Advanced Rescue of Treated Wastewater in India. And the third session will be panel discussion. But before we begin the session, I do request all the dignitaries to come on the dais, in the middle of the dais, for the felicitation program. The moderator for today's session, Raju Mishra ji, I do request him to join the stage. So students, if you have any questions to be asked in the panel discussion, please note it down. So after 2 presentations, immediately we'll be having question answer session in the form of panel discussion. Meanwhile, Raju Mishra ji joined the session. I do request felicitation team. I request Raju Mishra ji to felicitate Dr. Nitin Basi sir. Now, I do request Raju Mishra ji to felicitate Mr. Narendra Chuk sir. Thank you. Now, before we begin the presentation, I would introduce Mr. Suresh Kulkarni, sir. Actually, it's Dr. Suresh Kulkarni, sir. Professor Dr. Suresh Kulkarni is an irrigation management specialist and has over 40 years of experience in the water sector. His major areas of interest are pressurized irrigation, modernization of irrigation systems, water-saving initiatives, land drainage, capacity building, benchmarking, water pricing, participatory irrigation management, groundwater management, wastewater irrigation, among others. He is the consultant to the World Bank-aided projects. He has served as the Secretary of Resources Regulatory Authority, that is MWRRA, Mumbai, as the Executive Secretary of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, New Delhi, and as Associate Professor at Water and Land Management Institute, Maharashtra. So let's welcome Dr. Suresh Kulkarni. So you have presentation? Okay.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to really thank Mr. Anil Hatkar, who is the president of OM chapter of LINA. So because of his initiative really, although he's a great architect, but I wonder that how he's taking a lot of interest in the water sector. But he was pursuing from last 3-4 months, and finally we could have this very nice. I hope you like this all deliberations. I congratulate him for organizing such an interesting session, and of course to the MIT, which I saw a lot of students. In fact, many speakers were asking that if we would have known that the students will be there, the presentation would have been in different way actually, because we are there for the next generation. So anyway, we'll find some other opportunity to have a dialogue with you. I can understand that this is all a fag end of our seminar and get little bit tired, so I should not bother you much, and I will try to finish within the time given to me. And we are going to talk about really a very important aspect. A lot of very eminent speaker in the morning talked about groundwater, renewable energy sources, biofuel. All these are very important issues for the current economy. Coming to this, what is water security? We should, I think, do you have any mic? This one, portable mic? Portable mic, right? Water security, we are talking because various terms are there. Water stress, water scarcity. So water security, what it is water security? It is more, maybe, yeah. Water security, we should understand that what is really required is by 2030, demand for water, food, water, and energy will grow by approximately 35%, 40%, and 50% respectively, owing to increase in the global population and urbanization. Can you hear me now? It's better? So this is the main thing around which this water, energy, food nexus has been formulated by UN something 10 years back, and it has been largely discussed at the international fora also. So water security basically means a reliable and sustainable access to adequate water quantities and acceptable quality. That is important for this. It is not talking about it is not merely about the quantity of water, just like we call it energy security, food security. It is about the quantity of water, but water is really about the quality of supply, that is also important. So in general, we should understand what is the meaning of water security. If we see globally, there is an institute called as World Resource Institute, which says that India is the 24th in the rank of extremely water-stressed countries. What is that extremely water-stressed country? Sorry. It is calculated by this. Water stress is total fresh water withdrawn. Total fresh water withdrawn by any country, by any state, by any basin, divided by total renewable water resources of any country minus environmental flow reservoirs requirement, EFR. Whatever the ratio is there, that is called as water stress. So you can see this, India is at the 24th place. That means water stress is more than 75%. So you can imagine whatever the statistic available, published by Ministry of Jal Shakti, Central Water Commission, we have something like that now in 2,000 billion cubic meter of renewable water resources in India, 1990. So you can imagine that how much water has been being used in India, and that is the stress of water stress. Okay, and if you see here, it talks about the economy. It talks about China is going to be #1 by 2050, and you must be happy that India is going to be #2. By 2050, Indian economy, although we talk a lot negative things about the country, but other peoples from we don't say like that, but peoples from outside, they said that India is going to be #2 economy, but we can see the red. It will be a heavy throat, extreme water stress. So this is a big challenge for us, how to convert this red color into yellow color or green color. We come out of this stress. This is possible by better water management. We have sufficient, many people, experts say around the world, India is not short of water. There is physically a lot of water is available. What is lacking is lack of management and governance. So that we should see that there is a big opportunity for India to become a world power if you really manage this very precious resource. And it is well said again, World Bank study says, estimated change in 2050 GDP due to water scarcity, if this is a business as usual scenario, if you don't do any of this, if you continue wasting our water, if you don't treat our water, if you don't treat water as an economic good, then what will happen? This is a business as usual scenario. There will be a negative minus, that means minus 6% GDP decline if you don't do anything. But if you efficient water policies, we need to understand policies and its implementation is equally important. Having policy is not sufficient. Its implementation is important. So we can really achieve plus 1%. So this is a big challenge. You can see that how water plays a big role in prosperity and economy of the country, of the state. Now I just listed out what are the challenges. I am now talking about the not global, but really water is such a thing that we should think globally and act locally. You are not about Maharashtra, but you should think about a basin, sub-basin, small mini watershed, then you are a village. Like this, you should go and study. If you talk about the whole world and whole country, it doesn't make any sense really for water, okay? So for Maharashtra, if you see declining performance of public irrigation systems. We are the largest dam builders in the world, in the country. 33% of the dams we are having in Maharashtra, and more than 3,000 public irrigation schemes are there, but unfortunately their performance is declining. Proliferation of pumped irrigation, as we talked in the morning, the speakers, two speakers in the morning, they explained. There is tremendous growth of groundwater pumping. Low crop and water productivity, we are hearing in the media also that our crop productivity is really very low. And now, so instead of really increasing the area, let us increase the productivity, increasing the pressure of divert irrigation water to municipal and industrial uses. As urbanization is increasing, many cities are drawing more water from the existing storages like Khadakwasla. More and more water is taken from irrigation to municipal council, Gangapur in the Nashik district. So there are many such examples where irrigation water is being diverted for municipal uses. Then unregulated groundwater use, negative impacts of subsidy on water and energy. I think that we have clearly understood in the morning lectures. Neglect of minor small irrigation schemes. In Maharashtra, we have more than 1 lakh small structures, cement nala ban, percolation tank. There are a number of structures. We don't understand, we don't know what is happening with them, who is managing those structures. That is totally neglected. Weak or non-implementation of enforcement of various water irrigation acts. We have heard in the morning, chairman of Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority. We have a number of acts in Maharashtra, but unfortunately they are not being implemented in a proper spirit. Then weak water and irrigation institutions. These are the challenges which I could list quickly. Irrigation development, now you can see in a nutshell that in the morning also, we are discussing about this. So today, out of the total groundwater, so we are the country, we are the #1 country in irrigation in the world. Now China and India, China is, of course, they are 70 million hectares, whereas we are 71 million hectares is a net irrigated area. Then gross irrigated area is 102 million hectares. So out of which 65% of the irrigated area is through groundwater. So this is a matter of concern really. It's not a matter of proud, but it's a matter of concern. And groundwater, canal water irrigation is continually declining year after year. So it is only 25%, and For others, tank, etc., it is about 10%. So this is a matter of concern, how to really improve because country has made tremendous investment in the canal irrigation, the construction of large dams, construction of large infrastructures, but it is, unfortunately, it is declining. What to do? What are the problems? So in Maharashtra, only 20%, this is what the statistics says, nobody knows how much exactly irrigation is there. Only 20% of the total farmers and cultivated land is covered under public canal irrigation. There is an agricultural economic water scarcity. I'm using the word agricultural economic water scarcity. What it means? The lack of irrigation due to limited institutional and economic capacity instead of hydrologic constraints. Water is there, but there is less investment in this irrigation sector. So that is why that is one of the reasons that we are not able to really irrigate more land in Maharashtra. And it is said that there are 1.6 crore of farmers in Maharashtra. So only something 30 lakh or 40 lakh farmers are getting the benefit, let us say, of the canal irrigation. Rest are depend upon the well irrigation, etc. So there is also inequity in the canal irrigated area across Maharashtra. If you see the Konkan, now the western Maharashtra has the highest percentage of irrigated area. Again, you can see this Vidarbha is having little better. These are the official figures available from the Water Resources Department. Marathwada has only 10%. So there is a regional inequities there regarding the irrigation also. This is also a very important social factor which also need to be seen. Regarding coming to the water conveyance system of majority projects is that what I'm seeing that we have constructed many projects and invested lakhs and crores of rupees in this. But unfortunately, if you can see the status of the system, main system, this is a canal, this is from the Jaikwadi irrigation project. Unfortunately, it has been totally lack of funds. Government doesn't have money. So you can see what will happen: excessive conveyance losses, low carrying capacity, and then the transition period, because it is 180 kilometer long canal, it takes long time, 7-8 days or 10 days to reach to Parbhani. Then unequal water distribution, sometimes water doesn't reach to the end, unreliable water supply, decline in irrigated area, and farmers not willing to pay their water charges. Ultimately what happens, it becomes a vicious cycle. So because of that, farmers lose the trust of getting non-reliable water supply. So ultimately, farmers don't want to pay for this purpose. Yeah, so maintenance of the system is very important. So you can see any wear and tear is there for everything, and all this canal system needs rehabilitation, timely maintenance. Because of this, actually the irrigated area has declined. So there are a lot of technology. You can see here this geotextile lining, and there are pipes are there, huge pipes are there. Of course, government has recently started the pipe distribution network, but it's on a small scale. We want to have on a bigger scale so that there will be equitable distribution of water, less losses of the system. So main system improvement is very important for increasing the performance. Coming to the groundwater irrigation, I will not talk much about this because Himanshu has talked a lot about it. It is said this much water is available. Irrigation water is used 15.3 billion. I am hearing this figure from last 6-7 years, same figure every year. I don't know whether it is increasing or decreasing, but it doesn't make the change. Then the state of groundwater extraction, 54.7%. I was asking really to Himanshu that still that means Maharashtra has a lot of water because we can go up to 70%. That is a safe limit of groundwater extraction. Does it mean that we have a lot of groundwater? So this is all the statistics is not clear really. Then surprisingly you will be how this number of wells has increased. In 1960 there were only 5.3 lakh wells, and now you can see this latest 6th minor irrigation census report is available. During last month only it was made public. And you can see accordingly, in Maharashtra there are 27.5 lakh dug wells and 4.58, almost 5 lakh bore wells are there as per the official figure available. And it shows that by dug wells, irrigated area is around 50 lakh hectares. I think I have not seen any statistics about the groundwater irrigated area in Maharashtra. There is no agency which collects the data about the groundwater irrigated area. And borewell 9 lakh hectares, like this, you can see about 60 lakh hectares are irrigated by groundwater. This is something maybe a shocking news for all of you. And electricity consumption is 25%. The electricity consumption in agriculture is more than the domestic or urban consumption. Coming to this, we have a large program of drip and sprinkler irrigation to save water. This is through the center, PMKSY. Now, farmers are now convinced really, what is sprinkler, what is drip. They fully understand. There is no necessity of explaining them that drip saves water, sprinkler saves water. They understand everything. So what is the state of affairs in Maharashtra? So drip irrigation, total India is 7.1 million hectare, out of which, 5.727 is other state. Maharashtra has 26% of drip irrigated area. Of sprinkler irrigation area, it is about 10% of the total irrigated area. And we have got the total world irrigated area, if you see sprinkler and drip irrigated area worldwide, it is about 50 million hectares. So we have got 25% of the total world irrigated area. It is a good thing. And really, but problem is next. Problem is this, under subsidy scheme, these sets are distributed. It is a distribution by government, by the agriculture department. But farmers doesn't know how to deal with. Mr. Dr. Shekhar, our commissioner, sugar commissioner was telling that we want to really do, and government has, and MW also wants that all irrigated sugarcane, 15 lakh hectares should be brought under drip irrigation. But there are a number of constraints. If you see what is happening practically here, this is the problem, that retrieving the laterals from the sugarcane, because it is a thick, crop. You cannot enter properly. Farmers cannot see which dripper are working or not. So this is one of the problem, retrieving of these, lateral pipes. And nobody teaches them this about the pressure, because pressure plays a very key role in providing the uniformity of water throughout the field. But unfortunately, when I asked to the farmers, what for this? The farmer was not knowing it. What for this is? He said that nobody has told me how to use it. Okay. Similarly, these are the filters. There's a lot of leakage of filters. So in sum, there is a lack of agricultural water management extension in the state. There is no agency which teaches to the farmer how to measure pressure, how to clean the filters. So that is the reason there is a growth of the system is not really taking place. Now, we are talking about sugarcane. I will not talk much, and I think we are fully convinced with former sugar commissioner has said that this topic was given purposely to him to understand really, because this is a debate. Sugarcane debate in Maharashtra, and Moresar is here. He has a lot of, his own views, a lot of discussion we used to have in the MWRA. I am feeling that it is already become an academic exercise to grow sugarcane or not to grow sugarcane. It is already proven that they have proved that sugarcane has a multiplier impact, on the economy. So it requires really great study, very scientific study, whether sugarcane is really useful or not. So people say that instead of, sugarcane is fully irrigated and other crops are not fully irrigated. So even pulses, seeds, if you can provide irrigation to these crops, perhaps they'll be, because of FRP, perhaps sugarcane is getting special treatment. Now other crops are not getting that kind of a treatment. But we are, on the one hand, we are importing a lot of seeds and pulses and oil seeds, which are short duration crop, and they are for small farmers. So this is a debate which need to be scientifically studied and then made some comments. So we are trying to really make, definitely, there is no other way that we cannot say that reduce the drip irrigated area to 50%, but what we were trying is to at least to irrigate by drip irrigation all the as much as possible. So there are a lot of efforts are going on. If you irrigate by this flood, it uses about 20,000 cubic meter or 25,000 cubic meter of water. But if you irrigate by a drip system, it can go up to 50% saving is there, definitely. Then there are subsurface drip system is there. Now some innovative farmers, I visited one farmer near Python, and he just have this such type of system. He just a small, laterals, just letting the water go into furrows, because entering the laterals into the field is difficult, as that is the experience of the farmers. Now also there is an Israeli system is coming up, which is called as N-drip, which operates on a very small pressure of 50 centimeters pressure. That is also we would like to try in the sugarcane belt. If it is, we can really make it popular. Now regarding the water users association, that is an important aspect of irrigation management, okay? We have been trying, and there was discussion in the morning that all irrigation systems, government has decided really is a policy that it should be managed by the farmers, not by the bureaucracy. So all over India, there are policy, there are acts are there, like in Maharashtra, we have Act, Maharashtra Management of Irrigation by Farmers Act 2005. But unfortunately, there has not been success in this. And now how to succeed, that is the problem. We are discussing in the government also how to make it successful. So what my personal view is that, like this cartoon that as we have seen that in Maharashtra we have different socio-economic and political zones. Konkan is different, Vidarbha is different, West Vidarbha, East Vidarbha is different, Marathwada is different. So we should not have one act for all the state. We should have a different kind of policies for different region. This is my personal view, really. That's what I was saying. This, if you say that climb the tree, this monkey will be able to fast, but elephant, although it is strong, he will not be able to climb. So that we need to, mold our acts as per the regional requirements. That's what I really want to emphasize. Water measurement, we have been talking, or our guest speakers, earlier speakers talk about the water measurement in urban sector. That is definitely, it is 100% required. That where also we are not successful. Now in Maharashtra is also famous for this, that Maharashtra is the first state who said that water measurement is must, it's mandatory, okay? And we have been trying using this type of a device, cut-through film device, and really, I really want to, I don't know whether engineering students are here or not. This is the whole system. Here it is completely manual. One has to come here, take the reading of the gauges, upstream and downstream gauges. And now the time has gone. Now everything is available on mobile. So students here, I would like to really encourage and challenge the students here that please develop a simple device to measure the flows of canal, which can be read from the remote. Farmers should be able to get the readings at his mobile. All 100% farmers has the mobile now. So develop that kind of a technology, equipment, which we will be able to read and accurately. That's what is the challenge. So it will revolutionize the agriculture, really. And we have talked about this solar energy. This is really happening already in Maharashtra. A lot of farm bonds there, more than 1 lakh farm bonds are there already. And that is what is needed, decentralized irrigation management. Decentralized. So farmers has a control on the water. That's what's required. And I have seen many farmers are now going for solar pumps, and they have become self-sufficient in the energy. Energy security they have achieved already. So pumping has become increased, and that's the reason that farmers who don't want to involve in the Water Users Association, and they are getting less and less interest in the canal irrigation, really. Now, what is the increased food demand should come from increased crop yields. All over the world, people are talking that we don't have much land to expand, So what is the solution for this? Solution for this is, they are saying that increase the yield. That is the potential is 77%, that is just a indicative. and increased cropping intensity. That is the two most important factors by which we can, instead of horizontal expansion, vertical expansion, increasing the yield is very important to achieve the more food production. That's what is really mean. Now, what is important is effective governance. We are talking now, we have learned, listen to Honorable Chairman. This is the part of the governance. So all over the world, people are talking about the water governance and not management. Management we have been doing, but we need a governance, that whether the policies are being implemented properly or not, that is the job of the governance. That is the job of the regulator, okay? So this is the Ashit Biswas, a renowned scientist, says that if you want to really improve these changes, what governance changes needed, now already we are here, somewhere here, so there should be rapid change in the governance changes needed, the way to achieve water security by 2050. But the way we are going this very slow. But what is needed, we have to go very rapid. So what governance, water governance, what we are hearing today in the all state, all over India, is chaos. Somebody they mentioned the example. Any politician comes and he puts the pipeline, one pipeline, two pipeline, third pipeline, fourth pipeline. This is not a governance. So this type of governance is required if you want to really achieve water security better. And many people say that thank you very much, I like this. Thank you very much. Then people say that management investment is required. You require infrastructure investment if you go from developing to developed countries. But the expert from the developed countries say that you have to invest more in the management. Maybe less in the infrastructure, but more in the management. This is what is the crux. Then we need intersectoral. We have been talking a lot that really we need interdisciplinary approach for farmer. There should be need of different departments, agriculture universities, and moreover, private sector participation in irrigation management. That's we have been talking, but not really successful. That's what needed, how to bring. So just a small picture, which sometime I had been to China. I know Chinese people, they have hundreds of such small meetings on the farmer itself, farm fields itself. So during the season of paddy season, they organize dozens of such meetings on the farmer's field, and lakhs of such the barefoot workers are there. They travel along the agriculture fields in the China. So we really need very extensive efforts. Agriculture extension efforts are very strongly needed. All examples of Israel, it has proceeded because of the very strong agricultural extension institutions. Okay? This is what is really required, modern farming. So what we are seeing irrigation today, just releasing water. That's what called as irrigation. It's not an irrigation. Irrigation is having this type of systems, laser land leveling, measuring water, how much water is supplied to each field. We may have this gated pipe system. We can have this mechanized sprinkler systems. Now this is a picture from Israel that wastewater is brought to the field. These are the purple color pipes. Throughout Israel, you can see such purple color pipes through which the treated wastewater is brought to the field. And it has been made mandatory for the farmers, to use, the treated wastewater for irrigation purposes. Again, we should know this. This is recently we installed a ultrasonic water meter which reads reading from the remote. Then this is the gate which is prepared by Rubicon, which really measures the volume of water instantaneously. So we require modernization of our present irrigation system. We also require land drainage. So again, we should have this type of modern approach. You see, remote sensing through satellites. Now farmers are getting, even in Nashik, farmers are getting irrigation advisory services. What are those? When to apply irrigation and how much to apply irrigation. That services are provided by the satellites. There are some agencies which provides these services. Drones are there. Okay, this is the picture from that farmer who in the grape growing area. He is getting advisory services. He is providing what is the soil moisture, then the climatic condition, and that agency provides how much water is to be applied. So then we need light up sensors, which really, I think, so this is the last slide. So what really we should need to do in this irrigation sector? Irrigation sector, it's a big sector, and there is a lot to talk on this, and very learned, Ranade Saab is here, he is here. I think Ranade Saab Hetka? Yes, he was really secretary helm of the affairs, and there are many experts here who are from the irrigation department, and they are also thinking that how really to they solve the puzzle. Shifting of the focus of WRD from construction to management. A lot of construction activities are going on, so construction after construction, there is no chance for management. Unbundling the WRD, that means let us have a separate irrigation wing where multidisciplinary people, agronomist, entomologist, horticulturist, sociologist, drainage engineer will work. Then enhanced investment. Really, we are not investing in this modernization. We are investing a lot in construction, but not investing in a software of the irrigation management. We need to invest both in hardware and software of the irrigation management. Okay. Then developing business-like model, introducing private sector, mentor and groom future generation. I am happy that people like you, young generations like you, we really need to groom you. There should be policy of the university, of the government, to train the future water leaders like you. I think I have finished. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for taking some time.
Thank you, Kulkarni sir. Going ahead, we have second presentation on advances in the reuse of treated wastewater in India. And to present the same, I do invite Dr. Nitin Basi, who is Program Lead, Council for Energy, Environment and Water, New Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Okay. First of all, I think it's been a lot of time since you all have been sitting here. And believe me, I mean, I understand it's not an easy thing, especially when you are not from the sector and still you're patiently listening to it. So I think, first of all, let's give a big applause to all of you. Do it. Now, since you have taken an applause, now you have to listen to me for at least half an hour. That is my request. And let's also, try to make it little interactive. I always believe that whenever we are, going to seminars, to workshops, to conferences, the audience are always different. Don't think that, even when you grow and you venture out into your careers, you will also be dealing with a lot of people, a lot of different kind of people. So don't think that always you will be talking to people, they will understand what you do. And similarly, you might not understand what they do. But at the end of the day, there are people, there are some knowledge to be exchanged. There are some takeaways for you, there are some takeaways for us. So let's try to make it an interactive session. And I assure you that at least, we'll try to match each other's expectations. Is it okay? I need to hear more about. Yes. Come on, you didn't have a good lunch. That's on me then. Okay, I think we should get going now. Before we, come to the main topic, let me also introduce the organization which I represent. I work with the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a policy think tank, a leading policy think tank in India and Asia. And as you see, we work across 15 programmatic areas. And believe me, my colleagues, they come from different backgrounds. They come from liberal arts, like some of you are. They come from commerce background. They come from science background. There is a, big media team that we house. And, there is also a big outreach and a managerial team that handles our operation. So why I am highlighting this? The reason is that there is something for you, to actually focus here. Maybe you will find something that you would like to do in the future. So that is the reason I'm introducing this. So all our operations, they are actually divided into three verticals. The first vertical, we call it transformations, where we actually look for the low carbon pathways, that how we can contribute our bit to make environment better, to make this world better. We believe that through these transformations, there is an improvement in the quality of life. Now, quality of life is what are the things which impact you directly. It's clean air, sustainable water, food systems, cooling, and mobility. And to do all this, of course, we need enablers. For example, to run this university, what all the things are required? You need finance, you need resources, you need technology, you need good people, you need good human resources, and you need good students, which you all are. About the water program, which I lead the sustainable water program at CW. We focus on 4 areas. One is on the circularity of wastewater management, and I will be, kind of talking a bit about it. The second program we have is about policy coherence across food, land, energy, and water. And you have been hearing this since morning, so I don't have to even explain you. I think something might have already gone into the minds here, what this sector is all about. The third that we work on is, which is very important, which is capacity building for climate action. Now, when I'm talking to you here, I'm also doing some kind of a capacity building, because again, many of you are not from the sector, and then it becomes imperative, or it becomes important for me to, make you realize what climate action is all about. And the last one is water accounting. What I would also like to mention is that, you see all these publications here, and they are available on our website. Anyone can access it. But our work doesn't stop with the publications. We regularly write for newspapers, we write journal articles to ensure that there is a wider reach of the work we do. In the morning, Dr. Chitnis was mentioning that, last year from your college, there were at least 650 odd, press releases that had gone out. And he was very, kind of impressed that out of those, at least 80% were picked up by the media. So I think that is the powerful impact media can create, especially when you work in the sector, which is not fancy. And believe me, water, agriculture, energy is not fancy, but we can make it fancy. Now, what I will be doing, I will be quickly running through some of the important work that we are doing in this fair. So what you see in this map is that, India is becoming a hotspot of extreme events. When I say extreme events, I'm basically mentioning about droughts, floods, and cyclones. So as per our assessment, we computed an index, and out from that index, it is clear that about 75% districts in India are actually climate hotspots. I mean, you can see in the map which is shown in the left. And these are also the districts, which accommodates or which house at least 80% of the population that India, has. So you can see the condition in Maharashtra. A lot of the, areas in Maharashtra, especially Vidarbha, Marathwada, Konkan, they experience different kind of climate extremes. For example, Konkan might be receiving a lot of cyclones. When we talk about Vidarbha and Marathwada, they are the drought regions. And Vidarbha also receives a lot of rainfall. So it is not that Vidarbha doesn't receive rainfall. It's just that the topography is like that rainfall flows out, the water flows out. Now, what we are also noticing is, if you focus on the map on your right, a lot of the areas in India which were initially receiving floods are becoming drought prone. So which are those areas? Which are towards the eastern side of India. So, West Bengal, Odisha, further down the south. So these are the areas which are actually used to receive floods. But increasingly, we see that they are also facing drought. And some of the region in the western part of India, especially Rajasthan. So you might be hearing a lot of flash floods, happening in Rajasthan. Have you heard about the flash floods? Like Rajasthan suddenly receiving a lot of water and it floods? Anyone? No, they are busy in their talks. Anyways. What you also see is that climate change is actually going to drive a lot of these extremes and also make a lot of impact. Now, what can that impact can be? Lot of the areas in Ganga and Brahmaputra basins. I hope you have heard about Ganga rivers and Brahmaputra rivers. So let's talk about Ganga river and Brahmaputra river. So a lot of the areas around Ganga and Brahmaputra river, they are going to face increasing flooding. But at the same time, there are other areas which will be impacted by less rainfall. And these are the areas where the food production will be impacted. So the two major crops that India takes, one of course is paddy or rice, the other is maize. So their production is going to be impacted the most. Also, a lot of the urban areas, they will get drier. I come from Delhi. In Delhi, what I observe, at least in last 20 years, it is becoming more and more drier. So, rainfall is becoming less. Even if it happens in a very small window. So it is not spread across the monsoon time. So what happens? The drier time period increases. And this is what is happening in many of the cities in India. Now, when we say that, I think one of the speakers in the previous session, he also highlighted the fact that, we should be making reuse of treated wastewater. Now, the point is, wastewater is a wastewater. Now, why we should be making reuse of it? I mean, let it treat and go wherever it wants to go. Now, the answer lies perhaps in this map. What you see is the region which are shown in blue. These are the basins. This is a basin map of India, which actually provides you, it shows you, these are basins. This is Ganga Basin, Indus, Brahmaputra, Godavari, and, Tapi, Krishna. So these are the basins which also covers a lot of Maharashtra. Tapi, Godavari, and Krishna. So, if we divide India in these basins, what we see is that there are only these 3 to 4 basins which does not have any kind of a water stress. And I will also like you to take you the morning session where it was mentioned that if in a particular geographical area or a district, water availability is below 1,700 cubic meter per capita per annum, right? Then it is a stress condition. Otherwise, it's okay. So if we see only these 4 basins, that condition is not there. And as we move towards the lighter shade of brown or the darker shade of red, this shows that how the stress is increasing. So the lighter ones are the basins where the water availability has already been below 1,700, or it will be soon in 2025. Darker brown are the areas where the availability is below 1,000, and we call them as water scarce areas. And wherever you see the red, it is the absolute water scarcity, which means the water availability is below 500. And in many of these areas, even drinking water becomes a problem in certain period of time. Like, of course, it is not reflected here because we are talking about basin. Like in Maharashtra, a lot of the areas in Vidarbha, Marathwada, you do not have water in summers, right? And sometimes the train is running, the tanker provides water. So it is all because of that water stress that you do not have any water to consume. Now, if I just talk about the urban water supply, what we see is that because we have to manage water, the water is less, the water is scarce, there is a stress. Now, what we have to do, either we have to manage water. How you manage water? By reducing the losses. Because whenever I supply water to your household, if a water is supplied to your university, there will be a losses because it has to go from the pipes and there will be a losses. So I have to contain those losses. How much of those losses are? So it's a chart, which actually shows you that they varies from 13 to 60%. Now, these unaccounted for water, that is a technical term which is used for these losses. Now, these losses can be either through theft, because there are many people who are not connected to the formal system. What they do? पानी चुरा लेते हैं ना, पानी ऐसा चुरा लेंगे. Or there might be losses which are happening, and all this is counted here. And you can see city like Nasik having a very high, water loss, and so is many of the other metropolitan cities in India. Now, what is in terms of wastewater. I mean, we are making claim that we should be making, reuse of wastewater. But what is the condition in India? So right now, as per the latest data which is available with us, from the urban areas alone, domestic wastewater or what we call sewage, it is about 72,000 million liters per day. That is the amount of wastewater we generate from our urban areas, right? Now the capacity exists to only treat 44% of it. Only 44% of this wastewater can be treated. And actual treatment is only 28%. Why? Because sometimes the people who have to run those plants, they are not there. Sometimes the technology doesn't work. Sometimes there is no proper operation and maintenance. Sometimes the electricity, because we are talking about energy a lot since morning, sometimes the electricity to run these plants are not available. So what happens? They underperform. So at what level? We have only 44% of the treatment capacity, and the treatment is only 28%. So this is a kind of a real situation. And what happens to that 72% of the untreated water? It flows to the river. Now, which is the river in Pune? Huh? Louder, louder. Mula and Mutha. Have you seen Mula and Mutha in summertime? How they look? They are carrying sewage. And so is the condition in any other rivers in India. I mean, be it Yamuna in Delhi. Yamuna literally carries sewage because Delhi also is not able to treat its entire water, right? So this 72% of the water which is not treated, it actually goes to the river, to the main river, and pollutes it. Having said that, India is not the only case, and that is why I am showing this map. So if you see this map, wherever you find the red zones, they are the areas which are at high risk of poor water quality, right? So it is not only on India, it is across the world that you find this. Now you should be asking me a question, if you are really a student or let's say a learner who would like to know more about water, because water is something that affects you directly. Suppose we have not been given this water bottle, or you don't get water in your water coolers. If you don't get water in the morning, then you are not bathing. You are not able to wash your clothes, right? You are not able to drink water. So it affects your life. You should be asking me, why is it so? And the reason being, in the developing countries or in the least, in the still evolving countries, the issue is that a lot of this untreated wastewater goes to the river. Now, what is happening in the developed world? Why, US, parts of Europe, what is happening there? There it is because of the intensive agriculture. So there, in India, we have very small land holdings. Who all come from the agriculture background here? Just raise your hand. Agriculture background. Okay, so you must be knowing, you have small land holdings. They are not huge. Maximum 1 hectare, 2 hectare, within that, done. But in these countries, the land holdings are huge. They might be 100 hectares. One farmer is owning 100 hectares of land. Some farmers are owning 500 hectares of land. Their scale of operation is very big. And whatever fertilizers and pesticides they make use of, it ultimately finds way into the water body. Because what happens, once you again irrigate the field, it again comes back to the river. Clear? So in developed countries like Europe and US, the condition, this is at risk because of the runoff from the agriculture area. So we call it as runoff from the agriculture area. I'm skipping this slides. Yeah, now these are the slides, to focus on again. So we did an exercise to estimate, it's fine. I mean, we have a 44% treatment capacity. Okay, fine. Let's assume that 44% is operational. So we did an, market and economic analysis, and I don't know, commerce or economic students, if they are here, it might interest them. So what we found is that even if we assume that 44% is operational, now that 44%, if we are selling it to other sectors, if we are making reuse, I mean, after treatment, if we are making reuse. Now, what are the avenues of reuse? It can be for industries, it can be for agriculture, it can be spray guns, it can be parks, it can be malls, it can be washroom in those malls. So all these areas can make, can use such treated wastewater. So if we are able to sell all of it, there is a addition of at least $8 million. So that is the worth, that is the market value of this water. And if we consider 2050, where this treated wastewater is going to increase by at least 3 times, of course, the revenue that can you earn also increase in the same proportion. Now, interesting part is, if I consider only the irrigation, and why I want to consider irrigation, who has seen vegetables grown around the urban areas? Raise your hands. Have you seen vegetables which are grown around the urban areas? Yes, I can see some hands. You know how those vegetables are grown? Using wastewater, which is untreated. And you know why? Because as a farmer, I don't have to put fertilizer. So the sewage that comes, it has a lot of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium for the crops to grow. And my cost goes down, I'm happy. But then in the process, what I'm doing? I'm polluting the soil. There is a process called as biological magnification. So if there are some heavy metals, there are some, biological pollutants, there is a chance that they can magnify from the soil to the crop, right? That is why when you purchase your vegetables, they say either you dip in the warm water, you wash them properly. Why it is said like that? These are the reasons why it is said like that, right? So I'm also trying to relate it with your daily life, what I'm presenting here. I don't know how much interest it is generating, but I will still talk and complete it. I don't care. So what exactly is this case is that, at least in those areas, can we supply this treated wastewater and actually improve the condition, right? And if we can do this, let's say, considering the capacity we have, we would have irrigated area which is equal to 9 times the area of Delhi. Delhi is about 1,450 square kilometers. Similarly, in 2050, given the increase in the capacity from 44% to 80%, we could have irrigated 26 times the area of Delhi. That is the impact we can create. And by selling those vegetables grown using treated wastewater, it would have given us the revenue of about $12 billion. It's a huge potential. Just, I don't know whether economics, who is there from the economics, it's a revenue, not the profit, right? And we also assume, because even the treated wastewater has some nutrient value. So because we are actually using treated wastewater, the fertilizer application will also reduce. So we would have saved around $0.6 million of fertilizer application. This doesn't end here. Because I am making use of treated wastewater, in a lot of these areas, groundwater is also used to irrigate, right? So because we are supplying treated wastewater, groundwater abstraction will reduce, which means less energy for groundwater abstraction, which also means less carbon emission, because most of our energy, it still comes from the thermal power plants. Remember this. It still comes from the thermal power plants. So we would have avoided around 1.3 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So if you really, kind of focus on such analysis, you will find what exactly is the potential of making reuse of treated wastewater. So it is not something which is just coming from the air and we are making claim, no, you start using it. It has some value attached to it. That is why we are saying that you make use of it. And this is, a kind of a plot if you have to grow vegetables. So you can clearly see potato is one crop which can be grown at scale, garlic, tomato, brinjal. So these are the main crops, which can be grown because they are mostly grown around the urban settings. Now, one thing is to make reuse, but then how you realize it, how you are going to do that. So we need policies. So we did an assessment. What we found is that in India, at least 10 states, they have some kind of a reuse policy. Maharashtra drafted its reuse policy in this year. It has come to us for review. We have also given our inputs on the reuse policy. So at least 10 states in India has a reuse policy. And to top it, this year, Government of India launched a national level guidelines on, or let's say a framework on the treated reuse policy. So those states which do not have such policies, they can refer to that national framework and they can also frame a policy. Now, what we did, and these are last couple of slides, and I can see I have 7 minutes, so I'm pretty much inside my time. Don't worry, I'm not taking more time. So, there are some issues when we compared these policies. One is that now it's fine that a treated wastewater is available. Now, the quality of that water, which should be used for irrigation, the quality of that water, which should be used for cooling purposes, the quality of that water, which should be used for the spray guns, the quality of that water, which should be used for cleaning, it has to be different. It cannot be same. So, none of these policies actually define reuse purpose specific what quality guidelines. That is one. The second is, now there is this water which is available, treated wastewater which is available, how we allocate it to different sector, which means how much we should give to agriculture, in what condition should be given to agriculture, whether it's to take rabi or winter crops. Now in India, there are 3 seasons in which you take crops. One is the monsoon or kharif, winter or rabi, and summer, right? Summer. Now there might be, it makes much more sense to supply this water to agriculture area during summer months. And for rest of the month, it can be, maybe used for other purposes. But such allocation mechanism or principles, they are not defined. And the other important, kind of in evaluation of these policies, that the financial viability of these systems. Now, what happens is that in our country, water, fresh water is supplied on a highly subsidized cost in most of the areas. In Delhi, I get 20 kiloliters of water free per month. I don't have to pay anything. If I actually take more water than 20 kiloliters, then only I have to pay. Now, when you are not paying for fresh water, why should I pay for the treated wastewater, right? So this is actually a very big concern for the financial viability of this system, that how these systems would be able to sustain themselves. And that is also one of the reasons you saw that the capacity is there for 44%, but the treatment is only 28%. So this is also one of the reasons. And this is the, the last slide where we are actually making certain recommendations on, how you can actually mainstream this. And this is flown from the analysis that I presented. So, of course, what we need to do is, we need to recognize wastewater as a resource, right? Right now, Kulkarni Saab is here, and I think other dignitaries were also here, which they have left now. Treated wastewater is not considered as a part of your water system. We always will be talking reservoirs, dams, groundwater. Have you heard anyone talking about treated wastewater? No. So it is not still considered as in the main discourse. We need to bring that in. Reuse specific standard, I have already spoken about it. Now financial viability also I have spoken about it. I think one important point which I would again like to emphasize is the public outreach. Now there are behavioral issues attached with making reuse of treated wastewater, right? You'll say, oh, it's our sewage, right? Why we should, how can we use it? Who has generated that sewage? You only. Manage it. You need more water. You need to look good. You need to wash your clothes. You need to bathe. You need to, irrigate your gardens. You need to wash your cars. You need water in the swimming pools, right? It's our expectations, right? So who is responsible? Who should be responsible for treating it? Or at least making reuse of it? It's our duty. If we really, have to think about the environment, it actually is our duty, right? But of course, there is a social taboo. There is this behavior, and no one is saying that you, kind of make use of this water for potable purposes. By the way, it is not a drinking quality standard like what you get in Singapore. So in Singapore, They actually, treat all your wastewater and supply you as a new water. They call it as a new water, which is a drinking quality standard water. In India, we are actually not talking about it. But what we are talking about is that at least, we have to make this behavioral change. And if we can, have these policies of at least start charging for the fresh water for at least those who can afford to pay. You can extend the subsidies. See, subsidies should be able to generate larger social welfare, right? If you are a student, why scholarships are provided to a particular set of students, why not to all? Why they are provided only to specific students? Because first, they might be really high in merit. Some students are really progressing well, high on merit. University might want to support them. Some students, because they come from areas which are not economically developed, well, I would have appreciated at least once I finish the sentence, but anyways, fine. I take it. So, but there are areas, these students come from such areas which are not economically developed, and they need to be supported so that, they can come to cities, study here, and also improve, go back to their hometown, go back to their state, improve the condition there. So similarly, when we talk about resource, subsidy should be given to people who cannot afford it. Because water is ultimately a social good, but it can still be priced. There is this wrong impression that a social good cannot be priced. It's a wrong impression. Social good should create a welfare, but it can still be priced, but for those who can afford it. So I will end my presentation here and hope I'm able to generate some interest. Thank you so much. And I would also like to thank Lambda Alpha International India chapter for inviting us here. And of course, MIT World Peace University being for such a wonderful host. And of course, to the students who have been patient listeners here and listening to what we have been doing in these last years. Thank you so much.
What a wonderful, engaging session it was, sir. Thank you very much for such an engaging session. But before we go ahead, I think students, you all must know that the person who presented such a wonderful session to you, I'll just read a brief profile of him so that you'll understand the contribution that he has done in this field. So, Dr. Nitin Basi, he is a Senior Program Lead, Sustainable Water Council on Energy, Environment and Water, New Delhi. Nitin Basi is a Natural Resource Management Specialist, MPhil MSc, having more than 17 years of experience undertaking research, consultancy and training in the field of water resources. Before joining CEEW, he worked with the International Water Management Institute, that is IWMI, and the Institute for Resource Analysis and Policy, IRAP. His areas of work include river basin water accounting, agriculture water management, institutional and policy analysis in irrigation and water supply management, water quality analysis, climate-induced water risk assessment, and wetland management. He has been engaged as a specialist in projects, research studies, and assignments supported by various national and international organizations, including the European Commission, World Bank, GIZ, EFID, etc. He was part of the delegation of the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India for the Second Environment and Climate Sustainability Working Group, ECWG. He has more than 100 publications to his credit. He has co-edited 5 books, 2 of which were published by Routledge, UK, 2 by Springer Nature, Switzerland, and 1 by Sage Publications. He regularly reviews manuscripts for Water Policy, International Journal of Water Resources, Journal of Hydrology, and book proposals for Routledge, Sage, Springer, and Wiley. He has been invited as a panelist and speakers for various national and international events. We really are honored to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. Now we are going to the concluding part of this last session, today's session, and it is the concluding part of today's seminar too. I'm very sure this round of applause is for the last session, and not only because it is the last session, but it is very engaging, it's going to be very insightful for all of you. So for this session, we have with us MITWPU sir, and I do request other dignitaries also to join the stage for this concluding session, which is going to be a panel discussion in form. And for the same, if students have any questions, they'll be able to put forth their questions, and all the panelists will be able to answer all these questions to you. So I request the dignitaries, Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, to join the stage. Yeah, we'll have him. Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni sir has presented the topic overview of WEF, Water, Energy and Food Nexus Approach for Sustainable Management of Groundwater in India in the first session of seminar today. He is founder, trustee and executive director, Advanced Center for Water Resource Development and Management, Pune. I do request Rajendra Kumar Saraf sir to be on the dais for the panel discussion. I do request Dr. Rajiv Mishra, who is Principal, JJ School of Architecture and Director of Directorate of Arts, Government of Maharashtra, to join the dais. And Mr. Narendra Chugh, he is founder trustee of Jaladindi Pratishthan, Pune. He is going to be the moderator for this panel discussion. So I'm handing it over to Mr. Narendra Chugh sir for panel discussion. Let's have a big round of applause for all the dignitaries who are sitting here on the dais. Do I give you hand mic if you want?
I think this should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, hand mic will be.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. So we have been listening to all the speakers since morning, and a very important session about food, energy, and water nexus. And in the background of climate change, all these sectors are undergoing a lot of stress. And in our talks, in the talks that have taken place since morning, they have flagged off what are the stress points, what are the acute stresses that those sectors are undergoing through, and what are the solutions perhaps. So I would urge that if you have some questions, then those are welcome and those will be answered here. But I would like to start off with small presentation that I have. I'll not take more than 5-7 minutes. So think globally, act locally, and act personally. Now, though it's a global challenge, climate change is a global challenge, but all the solutions, as all the speakers since morning have pointed out, most of the solutions are at the local level. So in Pune, we have rivers, we have our water issues, and what is it that I have to do locally And what is it that I have to do personally? The question comes to that. So when we say act locally and act personally, there might be so many suggestions that have come forth about what we can do personally at this. One thought that comes to mind in this urban setting in Pune, that to overcome the water stress that our city faces, we can all implement rainwater harvesting structures in our locality, in our houses. One of the actions, and it could really become a game changer as far as this city is concerned, because the water consumption in our Pune city itself is more than 300 liters per day per person. I think it is nowhere there in other cities. 300 liters of water per person per day. We don't even account for the groundwater in that. And so imagine the kind of sewage that gets generated. So we have to have our personal, engagement with these issues and evolve ways of how we could be acting personally in that. So my topic initially was about the resilient cities also, So there are chronic stresses. discharging untreated sewage. You see, on one hand, our river is not able to carry enough of water and so the flood situations develop. On the other hand, we are pumping untreated water into our rivers and causing pollution, and all this pollution ends up in Ujni Dam and en route from Pune to Ujni. That is known as kidney stone belt because many people suffer through kidney stones just because Pimpri-Chinchwad and Pune do not treat their sewage. And the health costs are being borne by the downstream people. So there was a question in my mind that in spite of so many reports, on the right, Resilient Pune report was created by Rockefeller. On the left side, this World Wildlife Fund roadmap for mainstreaming nature for a climate resilient Pune. In spite of such reports in which recommendations are very clear, please ensure that your water bodies, the rivers are encroachment free. Because of the land being very, very costly along the riverside, those are being encroached upon rampantly. And so water carrying capacity is reduced and the flood situation is faced by the citizens. These reports also suggest that the law that you have that do not do any construction within the blue line of the rivers and do not disturb the riparian relationship of the water with the land, because the ecosystem services that the river is providing in terms of cleaning itself, those are compromised. The aquatic life, the fishes that are there, will not survive if you discharge polluted water and encroach your rivers with the embankments. Still, riverfront development work is going on, which is going to spend 5,000 crore rupees and encroach on the width of the river and do not prioritize treating of polluted water over beautification of the river. So the question comes that in spite of so much of data, so much of reports suggesting that the city has to become climate resilient, the citizens have to be climate resilient, still, what is this governance model? The question is, what is this governance model which does not prioritize their funds allocation and do not treat pollution and they don't give that as a priority? What is this governance system? Because governance is the major driver to mitigate and create adaptive technologies for climate change. It's a welfare state. It is taking loans to complete such potentially destructive projects. It is taking loans to do these projects. These approaches lead to privatization of profits. Why I say privatization of profits? When you encroach land along the river, which is free of cost, that crores worth of land is now yours and you have made a profit. You have made a profit privately. And the whole society has to bear the brunt of the floods, and so there is socialization of losses. What is this policy? Why encroachment is allowed? Why untreated sewage is being pumped in? So as citizens and as scientists and as experts here who have been talking about climate change, their adaptation, mitigation, the nexus of food, energy and water, and what kind of challenge it is going to pose, the question comes to mind, why the governments and the local bodies are not addressing this with that urgency, with that kind of a speed that is required. Perhaps there is a flood of ownership. This is my property, this is mine. Climate change is not going to affect my security. And so there is perhaps the flood of ownership. But we forget, we are here for some time. And all the natural resources have to be given to the next generation as they are. Perhaps there is a drought of trusteeship. With these things, I will just conclude and thank everyone and would urge the students to pose any questions that you have in mind, because the earlier speaker made a suggestion that if the business as usual approach is there, if we keep doing the things that we have been doing the way we are doing, the climate crisis will get aggravated, and that will translate into negative growth of GDP by 2050, if I am not wrong. You made the, Kulkarni ji, you made that. So, I think when we talk about one planet, one family, one future, so your future, we have to be thinking about it and addressing that future. Thanks. Your questions are welcome, please. If you all, any of you have to make some final comments, you know, that. Mic. We can circulate the mic.
A question from my side, a addition and an insight, request a insight from your side. We are, myself, Assistant Professor Nitin Sharma from School of Liberal Arts. We are talking about river cleaning, maintaining the ecosystem of the river, maintaining the floodplain. Just I was reading about the Japanese drainage system. They have introduced stormwater management system, and the drainage are very clean, and they have the drainage themselves have lives. And this drainage, which ultimately meets the river and sea. So the ecosystem of the river is also maintained. Why in India we can't use that drainage system technique? I know it is difficult, and it is at least in the thinking circle or policy circle, we think on this aspect of creating a life for drainage itself. Don't treat them as a drainage. Don't treat it as a nala, so that we don't wait till the river ecosystem become right. Why not treat these lines of the ecosystem themselves, so that ultimately the river system itself will have its own life? This is just a request a discussion on this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone from the experts would like to?
Nitin, very interesting actually question, and you are very right. I mean, so even if you look in our urban setup, so all the kind of things that we say nala, basically they are natural drainages. So whether it's Pune, like I can give some example from Delhi, like we call it Barapula drain or Najafgarh drain. They are all actually natural drainages. And the thinking or the thought process was that whatever waste actually which comes to this, let's say drains, it will be captured at the point of outfall into the river and treated. That was the thought process, and then it went off. But with the time, what happened is that population pressure increased, the water demand increased, and not only from the domestic side of it, also industries started putting their effluents into these nalas, and the efficacy or the efficiency of the sewage treatment plant to treat that water actually got redundant. Because if you have a lot of industrial effluent in a sewage, so your sewage treatment plant would not be able to take care of the heavy metals or so, this is a need of the hour that, we need to have different systems. The one system which is your natural drainage, we should not only, kind of maintain it, but also ensure that it is not encroached. So, like we were just having a discussion that how, a lot of water bodies in the urban areas have been actually encroached upon. So, and they essentially are, drainagely, they are linked with your river system or any other bigger water body. So one is that we need to ensure that these natural drainage are not encroached. The other is that to have a separate sewage system, especially wherever we are going for new townships, wherever we are going for new development. Because old areas, it's very difficult because they are built, which basically means that you have to displace someone to do that. But especially in the new areas, that should be made part of the planning. And yes, these two systems, they have to be separate. In Australia, they have this separate system, not only in Japan. In Europe, across Europe, they have these two different systems. One is the natural drainage and one carries your sewage. So yeah, it's a fair point. But as I said, this is how it has evolved over the years. And for example, Delhi has started what we call as interceptor project. So interceptor project is that the smaller, drain carrying the sewage, which is going to the main drain, which is a natural drain, they intercept that sewage water and divert it to a sewage treatment plant. So that this water is not flowing in the natural drain untreated. So that is the sewage interceptor project. So similarly, many such innovations can be thought about and should be implemented at least in the major metropolitan areas.
Yeah. Your question, I will just, with respect to Pune. In Pune, there are drains which have a length of more than 400 kilometers. 400 kilometers. And those drains were discharging storm water or the fresh rainwater earlier. And so there was no scenarios of flooding and all that. Those have been encroached upon, and moreover that, they used to help recharge the groundwater. Now they carry only sewage water, and most of them have been totally encroached upon and built upon. And hence this flood-like situation is there. Thanks for the question.
I want to add to this lecture, this question. I take the another offshoot of your question, which you call the storm water management. As you are in the academician, you must have seen the syllabus. First priority to water, then to sewage, and there's a little few lines on the storm water. And in India, storm water management is lacking. And the first storm water which comes is highly polluted. And we don't have any system. So we can work on, we can have a storage tank, storage ponds before releasing to the river. We can have their wetland system, then release the water into the river. So this thing can be done. And I want to add one more dimension. When we talk about the urban area, we think about, as you rightly pointed out, recycling and the reuse of the waste. Can we reuse? The claim was made, Pune, take the 300 liters of water. I suggest, as per the NBC code, we have a 135 liters per person per day. Why not we bring down to 90 liters? By recycling your sewage, recycling your sewage. That will come then using the rainwater during the rainy season. There are various alternatives are available. If you reduce that wastewater, releasing from your home, the entire wastewater. Another thing dimension, can we make our life toxic free, chemical free? Because we add around 40 grams of the chemicals per day with the modern lifestyle. So we have to work in this direction, then the problem can be solved. There's a two dimension added to your question.
Any questions? Any other questions, students? Yeah. There's one with the...
Hello, my name is Bhargav Hariba Dutta. I'm from first year BCom. I want to ask a question related to water filtration plant. Because you said there is no efficiency about it, so why can't we give that contract to private companies to increase their efficiency and have a government management to look over them?
Question to Nitinji.
Your question is that if I am correct, the plants are not working efficiently.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
In fact, as a consultant, as an engineer, say we design the very efficient plant.
But
Let me finish. I will come to your point. The things goes because what is the problem really at present in a sewage treatment technology? They are highly energy intensive, and the meter bill goes like this. Very fast it goes. So the cost of the operation maintenance is very high. Therefore, somewhere the problems are there. And secondly, the sewage treatment plants are overloaded. There are two things happening. If you go to Pune, if you're in Pune, there are certain sewage treatment plants which are working under capacity. And there are certain sewage treatment plants which are working above capacity. So these are the problems. Hope the time will, and if you engineer like come in, the problem will be solved.
I think your suggestion is well taken, and this is what is happening across the cities. It is not that let's say at least the operation and maintenance of the systems or the sewage treatment plants are being increasingly given to the private operators. And we have a program which is called as Namami Gange program, if you are aware of it.
Yes.
So under the Namami Gange program, there is a body called as National Mission for Clean Ganga, and they are in charge of actually strengthening the sewage treatment infrastructure across the states from where the Ganga flows.
Okay.
And they have come up with a model which is called as hybrid annuity model. So if any private developer, is interested in constructing a new plant, for the next 15 years, they also have to do the operation and maintenance of the plant. Now, one biggest concern here is, and which I was trying to highlight, is the financial viability.
Yes.
So for example, if I am a private operator, I am treating that water,
Yes.
but that treated water is just again, goes to the river. I am not able to earn anything out of it because there is no demand for the treated wastewater. So there is a question of this financial viability unless and until government is providing support, but privatization of capital investment and also the treatment process is happening at a slow pace and largely driven by, specific missions such as Namami Gange program, or, there are other programs also active in other basins. So maybe this answers what you have asked.
Thank you, sir.
Are there environment students here? Students from environment faculty? Yeah, there was a written question to that young student. Like if there is a group of students who undertakes that we will monitor and do the social audit of the sewage treatment plants of the local body, will that help? Will the students take up the responsibility? Because then you will be able to ensure that the sewage treatment plants which are not running properly or inefficiently, they will be forced to run it efficiently. Sir, is it possible?
Yeah, possible. The students take it. Can I add one dimension? This all discussion is going on, and our entire economy is linear, from raw material to waste. And can we think a circular economy of water? And if we work on the circular economy, because right now the real question, $1 billion question, the cost of treated sewage is very high as compared to the water which is available or supplied, fresh water supplied for irrigation or for domestic. So there is a reluctance. Whether shall I get it or not, because the cost comes. Now in a circular economy, if you do that at each and every stage, for example, coming from resource, then to water treatment plant, then to distribution system, then to the consumer, and then to the waste, At the consumer, we can have a circular economy by reuse recycling. At wastewater treatment, again, we can recover the water and the sludge, nutrients, etc. In a distribution system, can be reduce the losses by leakage losses. And then finally, when it comes to the sewage, can I treat it and send it back partly to the domestic use, partly to the irrigation, and then the remaining water I can hold in a pond, and again evapotranspiration, transpiration can I send back to the water cycle. One has to work. I have 3 papers on this, that's why and any student who want to work on the circular economy water, please come, because I really like that I've been asked to join us as a study for the study. So you are most welcome, and you can work in the circular economy, green economy. There are various things there. You can work in and make yourself. And last and most important thing, I want to ask the question, how many people know sustainable development goals? Raise your hand. Oh God. Anybody know sustainable development goals? Raise your hand. So do you know the goal number 6, 13, 14 and 11? The 11 is connected to today's topic, resilience. 6 to the water, 13 to the climate change, 14 and 15 below the land and above land. So please work on it. Huh? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any other question? Yeah.
Jai Hind, sir. I am Nidhi Patel from IIBM, Indus Business School, and my question is, what is the possible future trends of the energy groundwater nexus in India, particularly in India?
I think, first of all, thank you very much for bringing in groundwater back into the discussion. You know, it's actually very difficult to answer this question because if you look at it mathematically, then if you have to solve this as a mathematical equation, there are 3 unknowns and there's no known quantity. Now, each one of these is dependent with one another. Now, the other dimension I think that the afternoon session added was urban and wastewater. So if you bring these 5 or 6 elements together, I think the crisis of groundwater is going to grow even bigger and bigger. Because, you know, when we discuss cities, the discussion begins and ends with rivers. It also begins with the hypothesis that if a river is flowing, then it's going to recharge groundwater. But how many of you know that actually aquifers which are in healthy state contribute a significant amount of water to rivers? So groundwater also feeds rivers. To give you an instance, we have actually mapped something like 60 springs in Pune, natural springs, out of which 30 or 40 springs contribute significant amounts of water to rivers. Coming back to your main moot question, I think what we need to do is work on reducing our demand. If we reduce our demand for water goes down, our demand for energy goes down. And bring in a higher efficiency into the system. So I think going into the future, we'll have to work on these 3 or 4 fronts. I am also prompted to bring in another dimension which I didn't bring in the morning. I think you can't solve all the world's problem with money and engineering. There's a social side to it. There's a human behavior side to it. And therefore, finally what dictates policy? Policy is decided by human behavior. And I think bringing in an ecosystem environmental approach to the way we look at things would be an interesting dimension to look to solving the water, food and energy nexus.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Yes, there's one hand there.
Yeah, and this would be the last question of this session.
There are two hands. I think we should give them a chance.
Yeah, be quick and precise while asking your question.
Hello. Sir, so recently we faced a pandemic. In case of a repeat occurrence, how do we plan on dealing with that? Because there's going to be a whole water system established. And we can't just stop that when, doctors advise not to use the system. So I just wanted to ask that.
I didn't get your question. Can you just repeat it?
So in times of pandemic, we were warned to basically all of our body wastage, we were not supposed to use it as it was like transmitting the virus, right? So in case of a repeat occurrence, there's a whole system established which works on that treatment, right? So how do we plan on like dealing with that or like tackling that?
Maybe I'll pass this question on to the others, but I just have a very simple common person's response. See, at any stage in time, any solution that you bring in is not going to last in that state forever. You need to retrofit that solution. You need to adapt that solution to the future. And similarly, even with this system, I think these are, temporary phases where we bring in a slightly anomalous reuse of a resource. But when you come back to a normal state, you need to retrofit it back, bring it back to the state in which it was.
Thank you, Kulkarni sir. Now, due to paucity of time, I don't think we'll be able to go ahead with the rest of the questions, but for sure you'll be given a chance to put forth your questions to all the dignitaries. We'll be sharing one link with you. All the questions can be fed up in the link, and then it will be shared with them very soon, and you'll get the answers of your question. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on the dais. Actually, students who are sitting in the auditorium, I request not to move from your places. Concluding remarks and vote of thanks is left, so we'll be winding it up in 2 minutes. So here, I request Dr. C.S. Deshpande sir, who is Professor of Economics in Wellinkar Institute of Management, Mumbai. I request him to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to summarize anything, but I'm just going to propose a formal vote of thanks. But before I do that, since yesterday, especially since press conference and the media briefing, which Honorable VC sir and Hatkar sir addressed, the question has been raised that after all, what is the use of such seminars? So what happens to the recommendations? And such kind of questions were raised. Let me, on behalf of MIT as well as LAI, assure the speakers here as well as the audience, there are some senior persons sitting in the audience, that very shortly in about 3 weeks, Mr. Anil Hatkar, President LAI, will be presenting the gist of these powerful recommendations and insights to the world at large when they meet at LAI, when there is an LAI international meet at Barcelona in the first week of October. So what, as Honorable VC sir said yesterday, what India is thinking, what policy makers are thinking, what researchers are thinking, what several important agencies and institutes working on this vital problem, what they are thinking and what are the solutions they are offering. So that will be, the gist of that will be presented by Mr. Anil Hatkar at the Barcelona conference very shortly. And soon after that, it will be available for public. And I am glad that there are some students who have been through their questions have shown a lot of interest in the subject, and that's the whole point. So please look forward to the recommendations coming up shortly after about 2-3 weeks. Before I propose a vote of thanks, I just want to say 2 things very quickly. First of all, if you look at slightly, no, though not in a really lighter way, if you look at the title of the seminar, it's National Seminar on Securing Water for Food, Energy and Environment. if you take the first three letters of food, energy, and environment, it means securing water for fee. So it is no longer free, it's a scarce resource, and that's exactly the point of this seminar. So that is one, that you need to, if you want to secure water, you need to pay fee. That fee is food, energy, and environment, and the principal highlight of the seminar was the attempt by all the speakers to draw our attention to this evolving and emerging nexus between food, energy, and environment through the medium of water. So water is at the center. Those like Rajiv Mishra, who are from my generation, may perhaps recall a very famous song of Geet Gata Chal, in which the the great poet had said, Jal jo na hota to ye jag jata jal. And that is precisely what is the central message of this today's seminar. So without any further ado, let me take this opportunity on behalf of LAI and MIT jointly to profusely thank those who have contributed greatly to the success of the seminar today. Needless to say, our first and foremost thanks go to Revered Shri Karad sir for his blessings, which are always there with us on any endeavor of constructive endeavor of this type. Then my next vote of thanks goes to Honorable Dr. Chitnis, Vice Chancellor, MIT. I have been observing him since yesterday. His involvement, his commitment, and not only that, his insightful observations both yesterday as well as today. So that's the kind of exemplary academic leadership which one looks forward to. And as Anil Hatkarji has always been saying, that we look forward to serve more programs, more debates, more discussions, more workshops with you and your team and students on these very vital subjects related to environment, land, food, and water. Okay, I may be failing, will be failing in my duty if I don't thank all the galaxy of speakers, some of whom are present there. I won't waste time in thanking each one of them individually, but you have heard them all, and with such forthright and insightful observations and very useful content they have provided us with all of us. And I'm sure their presentations by themselves will be a treasure which we can cherish for quite some time to come. So my profuse thanks to all the speakers, then to Team MIT, Professor Anjali Sane, Professor Preeti Joshi, and there I'm sure they must be having several hands who have helped and assisted them. Then I would thank also the press and media who have covered the event today and who had come down specially yesterday to seek the importance of the subject of the seminar. Mr. Anil Hatkar, of course, has been the guiding spirit for all LAI programs, and we need a special round of applause for him, as also to the Vice President, who unfortunately had to leave early. So Mr. Prakash Patil, Mr. Rajiv Mishra, and also two important persons whom I want to mention, who have been toiling literally day and night for months together to put this program for you, our own Arya Chaini and Purva Zogekar. So I take this opportunity to thank them, not just as a formality, but really I mean what I say when I have seen them working tirelessly. And finally, to you all as students, I know I am a teacher myself, and how does it feel to attend lectures after lectures, but given the importance of the seminar, and as I said, your presence was not only in terms of your physical presence, but the kind of questions you were raising, even at the fag end of the day, shows the commitment of some of you to this very vital subject, because it is your generation which is going to carry the messages of all these further and forward. Thank you, and apologies if you have taken too much time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deshpande sir. Thank you each and everyone. Now coming to the concluding part of this session. Now we are going to have a national. So please rise in your seats for national anthem, all of you. Jai. Thank you everyone.